Okay, we're good. I call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of September 11th, 2019. Just a quick historical note, because it's also relevant to the central item on our agenda tonight. Today is exactly 6 years to the day, September 11th, 2013, when this board and staff sat in this room as the floodwaters began to build rather dramatically about us. But we stayed here and completed all of our business, and we will do so. But we will do so again. So the first item on the agenda is an annual and particularly happy one, the highlights of the Junior Ranger Program. So take it away.
Yes, and with that, Mark Davison is going to do a brief introduction and turn things over to others.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'm going to do a very brief introduction to pass you over to Natasha Steinman. But I just wanted to acknowledge the team that work on the Junior Ranger program. We have folks in the audience tonight, and the Junior Rangers will be talking after Natasha's give a presentation. But in terms of staff, we've got Janelle Freeston, who's the VSLP coordinator, the Volunteer Service Learning Program coordinator. And then working for her is Natasha, who's, like I said, who's led the Junior Ranger program for 5 years now. And then from the Ranger side of things, we've got Arian Hempel and Melinda Markin, and we also have Kristen Mulhauser, who isn't here tonight, but those three Rangers have supported the Junior Ranger program, as we jokingly call it. And then in the staff side on the Junior Ranger program itself, we've got Kevin Pierce, Chris Moss, and Matt Simone. And those folks have really pulled together. And what I think is interesting when you hear Natasha's presentation tonight is typically we often talk about the amazing experience the Junior Rangers get and the reward and the job skills that come out of that. But tonight you'll also see what the Junior Rangers give OSMP in terms of the system, in terms of reducing our trail maintenance backlog, working on restoration projects, and we want to emphasize some of that great work. I'd like to point out that Natasha's spent 5 years now working in coordinating Junior Ranger type programs. She's trained 130 crew leads, and in that time, she's also set up many programs, and it's a real honor that she came to us a few years ago and has led this program, and it's just really been a great new set of life coming into it. We already had a good program, but she's bringing some great ideas and a great team. She did get a bachelor's in environmental studies at the University of Oregon. Go Ducks. Got a bit of affiliation there myself. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Natasha, and please take it away.
Thanks for the introduction, Mark. Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for having us here. We always enjoy presenting. So like Mark said, I'm just going to do a quick overview of the program and some highlights from this season in particular. And then we have two Junior Rangers who took time out of their busy schedules to be here tonight to share a little bit of their story. So if you could all wait until after they present, I and Arian Hampel will be back up here to answer any questions you might have. And like I said, it's always a great honor for Junior Rangers to present to you all. And I specifically am incredibly grateful that they're here tonight on a school night to present to you. So feel free to let them know what you think. All right. So just kind of in big picture overview, our crews work on a lot of different priority projects with OSMP. We do primarily work with trails. About 76% of our time on projects is spent with trails and maintenance. But we do also work with vegetation management, forestry, what else? Ecological restoration, trailheads, rangers, and then our Youth Ranger program actually partners with a lot of different organizations in our community. The picture on the right is at Thorn Nature Experience with Oak Thorn. Our Junior Rangers are collecting data of different bird species, helping to band them and then release them back, which is a really cool project. That center picture, again, massive demonstration of teamwork, getting all those Junior Rangers working really hard, getting really sweaty and dirty, carrying quite large trees and branches to the chipper to help the forestry crew. And then on the left is a group pulling out invasive species that are competing with native species that were planted in a riparian area up at Chautauqua. And then, so this is just, so like I mentioned, there's a whole host of different projects, and we do actually intentionally plan that out. We want to help all different work groups in OSMP that, could benefit from our work, but we also want to give the junior rangers as broad of an exposure to the work that OSMP does that we can. But specifically, one project that all of our crews touched this season was the Dowdy Draw trail maintenance. The upper part of Dowdy Draw has been very, very muddy, causing pretty frequent muddy trail closures up there. And so our crews worked on this technical rock project, placing about 100 large rocks that you can see in that picture on the left, 300 buckets of small rocks, which equates to about 8 tons of rock that they found and then carried, and 7 cubic yards of road base, which is, we estimate approximately 10 tons of road base that they carried from the top of the mountain down in a long bucket brigade. And they completed 160 feet of rock turnpike. So you can see that that's a huge impact that we had on our system. It reduces, again, that trail maintenance backlog, it improves trail usability, and it also, this project in particular, reduces future maintenance and personnel costs because we're raising the tread up to allow better water drainage and keep hikers and bikers on. But you can also see that it's a great impact on the youth as well. They get to experiment and acquire different trail rock building skills, but it also, rock work requires a lot of patience and teamwork and problem solving, and those lessons just are incredible. So, briefly, one other trail maintenance project I wanted to highlight. This is, again, all of our crews touch these types of projects. There are routine trail maintenance sweeps, which means that our crews are out there roving, walking long distances along. This summer, we primarily focused on the Mesa Trail, which, as you may know, is our longest trail in the system. So roving different sections of it, clearing out drainages. So on the left, you can see that's what they're doing. They're cleaning out all the debris that's flowed in there throughout the year. And then on the right-hand side, they're moving from one site to another after having completed and identified different projects. And so, as mentioned in the memo, there's more highlights and more details and more numbers in the memo as well. This slide is focused on the Youth Ranger crew, so you may know it by the Ranger Naturalist crew. We changed the names over the winter, so. But this is part of the Junior Ranger program. We're one whole program now. We worked really hard this winter to fully integrate, so all of our hiring, budgeting, all of that back end is now fully one program. The Youth Ranger crew does focus more on giving youth experiences in natural resource careers, so exposure to a wide variety of different professions. So there's more of that wildlife ecology education focus, but all of our crews do receive some wildlife ecology education. So one crew might get an education on bears, another might get bats, another might get birds. This crew got these 3, bats, birds, and reptiles. Yeah, it's just a really impactful program. There's one testimonial there on the bottom, but Ariane and I have collected so many more of the impact that it's had and how excited these young people are to go out and pursue careers in natural resources. And I have a fun video for you. Ready? It's muted. Pretty awesome. There's people of many different backgrounds, many different ages, all with that same look of awe on their faces. Pretty cool. Releasing a bird after banding it and noting its breed and location. So, as I mentioned, all of our crews do get environmental education. We did a lot of tracking. I'll thank Matt DeSimone and Kevin Pierce, who are in the audience, for painstakingly crunching all those numbers. We actually tracked it this year, and our crews spend about 83% of their time working on the land, and a mere, well, it's not mere, but a smaller percentage, 17%, doing environmental education. So it is a balance between working and learning. We definitely emphasize the working. That said, we try to engage every crew in either Bike to Work Day or Sustainability Week, and that helps bring awareness of environmental issues, and specifically, how do we get to our open space land? How do our choices in the rest of our life impact this land that we're spending a lot of time working to protect and preserve? All right, and then a big part of my job is hiring everybody, right? Because we have, on average, about 115 seasonal staff members each year, if you combine youth and leaders and program staff. So these numbers are just for the youth. We received this year 161 applications for 90 positions. That's on par with most years. We typically receive about 150 to 200 applications each year for 90 to 100 positions. And the majority of these applicants, I think we spoke about this last year, are really highly qualified. They're motivated, they're excited, they want to give back to their community, they want to be outside sweating and getting dirty and working hard, and we just don't have enough positions for them. So what we do is we try to hire as diverse and balanced of a group as we can. We do want a lot of new faces. We want to help the Boulder community by giving that exposure. But we also want to retain some staff to help build on those skills, right? So in 2019, 48.5% of staff, and I use the word staff to mean both youth and leaders because they're all our paid employees, 48.5% of staff had not worked in the program before. On the flip side, you can tell by that number, 51.5% of staff were returners. So that means they're either coming back for a second year of Junior Rangers or third or fourth, or they're leaders that are coming back having gone through the program themselves or having been leaders before. And that's really critical to me because not only are we benefiting the young people by giving them scaffolded opportunities and letting them build their leadership skills and perfect their technical skills, but it also helps out my programming and OSMP's budget because it lowers training costs, right? We're keeping that talent here. It produces higher quality work, it promotes effective communication, and it ensures continuity of program standards and traditions. So it is about balance. It's a balance between exposure for as many youth as possible and expertise, finding the 10 out of the 90 per year that are gonna be our biggest advocates and come back to work for OSMP, like people like myself, or Arian Hampel, or Jarrett Roberts, or Leah Case. All of us went through the Junior Ranger program and are back as full-time staff. So, case in point, we grow lifelong stewards that benefit our community in a lot of different ways, right? Some of us come back as OSMP full-time staff. Some people come back as OSMP volunteers. Others we might be working with in partner agencies in the natural resources field, or just, more environmentally aware citizens. So last year when I presented to you all, we had our annual program report ready to go. We're still in the works on that because we're presenting earlier, so you can check back on our website if you'd like to see that this winter. And now, I'm gonna pass it over to our Junior Rangers, and then after that, Arian and I will be back up to answer any questions you have. So, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, so Lily Mastrangelo is going to speak first.
Stuck to my leg. Hi, I'm Lily Mastrangelo, and this past summer, it was my second year in the Junior Ranger program, and I'm definitely returning next year to work as a third year, if I'm hired. Fingers crossed. So the Junior Ranger program is so important to me because it is the most unique community I've ever been a part of. And I'm involved in a lot of extracurriculars at my school and just clubs and sports, and I've never had something that is quite like Junior Rangers. It is the greatest program I've ever been a part of. And what's so great about it is that it brings me together with all these people who have similar interests in giving back to the community and also learning about trail maintenance and how to preserve our open space and mountain parks. And before coming into this job, before I turned 14, I worked with Avid for Adventure. Well, I did their camps. And we did backpacking trips, and we would go into the backwoods of Steamboat Springs, and we would go for 5 days. And I never really noticed how well kept the trails were. And until I started this job, I never understood how much work really went into preserving these trails. And I can't go on a hike now without thinking, oh, that water bar, that needs to be cleaned out. So my brother was in town this summer, and he was visiting from college, and he was a junior ranger for 3 years and then assistant crew lead for 2. And we were hiking up a trail in Flagstaff that he had worked on as a junior ranger. And as we were going up, we were clearing the water bars. We were clearing out the debris, and we were just looking over the city, and we were just reminiscing on his junior ranger days and mine, since it's something that we both really can connect on. So the Junior Ranger program is so important to me because, as I said before, it builds a community. It connected me closer to my brother, and it connects me closer to the people, to kids my age of Boulder, and also everybody who uses these trails in Boulder, and everybody who's hiking up Flagstaff, or everybody's at Chautauqua just enjoying the view. And what's so great is being able to give back to this community. As Natasha said, not all of our job was just trail work. We also were doing environmental education. And especially one day, especially Sustainability Week, was what made me realize like how much I could be doing myself to lower my carbon impact. And I stopped driving to the gym. I started walking to the gym. And it's just little things like that the Junior Ranger program that I've brought with me and into my life and have just integrated in my daily routine that is so important to me because it has made such a lasting impact on me and my other junior rangers. Thank you.
Thanks, Lily.
Okay. Hello, my name is Max Meyer, and this summer I completed my 4th and final year as a junior ranger, although I'm hoping to continue with the program in the future. I applied for the Junior Ranger program when I was 14, and at the time I applied really just because my neighbor was really into it, and it was one of the only jobs I could get at the time. And so at that point, I never realized the impact it would have on me over the next 4 years and my life in general. So I feel like the program has taught me a lot of invaluable life skills, like collaborating with the team and working well with others, as well as leading people and in a respectful and effective way. And also, I feel that being in the Junior Ranger program really fostered my interest in like the outdoors, and it's really helped with my interest, curiosity, and respect for animals, and just really the environment overall. And now, as a senior in high school, I'm beginning to make decisions for colleges and think about what I want to do next, and I feel that the program has really influenced the way I think about that. In the next few years, I'm seriously considering going into the fields of ecology or environmental science or something like that. And I think I owe a lot of that interest to the Junior Ranger program, and it's just been such an amazing experience. So especially because of the environmental education days that we get to do, I think those have been really influential to me and probably a lot of other people in the program. I know we have got the experience to just go out and learn about birds for a day, kind of go bird watching on OSMP lands, and even go fishing and just like learn about the fish, really firsthand experience. It was really cool. And so I think because this was my last year as a crew member, I really wanted to try and affect other like newer people in the program. And I just felt like it was kind of my obligation to try and prolong and like pass on the idea that it's such an amazing program and like remind everyone else how lucky we are to be a part of it. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Max.
Thank you, Lily and Max. Next slide. There's just our website, which we got a new website handle, so it's easy to remember instead of the like really, really long one we had last year, osmpjuniorrangers.org. And yeah, if you have any questions, thanks for having us.
I'd like to know whether, among all the other data that you have about tons of rocks and soil, whether you have data about the racial, ethnic, gender makeup of applicants and of participants?
That's a really great question. We don't, only because the hiring process that we currently use doesn't collect that data. I'm definitely interested in that. I was just recently nominated to be part of the Equity Core Team 2.0, which I'm really excited about, and my primary motivation is to affect the junior ranger hiring process. But we don't have a process for collecting that respectfully at the moment. But I'd be interested to learn more if you have tools like that.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. My son, 25 years ago, actually was in the Junior Ranger program, and this program, I think, is one of the programs that makes the open space and mountain parks programs so special and so important. And it's really actually heartwarming over the years to see how this program has kind of evolved and developed. I will say he currently lives in Seattle, and whenever he comes to visit, we're always out running on trails that he worked on. And one of them was the Hogback Trail, and he's about 2 miles ahead of me on that trail. But he's always interested in kind of seeing how the trails look for the time that he worked on them. So thanks a lot to all of you. All of us really appreciate it, and it's a wonderful program, and we hope that it continues to flourish.
Thank you.
And I would just ask, when you get your report done, if you'd send it to us.
Right.
That would be great.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so the next item is approval of the minutes. I gave Leah a handful of sort of type edits. I wanted to see if anybody has anything that they wish to amend. Nope,
Just
all
the
right.
typos that
Okay.
I'm sure you've already.
If I could point out, Tom, that Leah inserted very specific times on the video of when certain actions as one reaction to trying to provide a little bit more detail from our last conversation. So just want to acknowledge Leah's effort on doing that.
Really good idea.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move we approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. All right. So next is public comment for items not identified for public hearing. The items that are identified for public hearing are the license to Teleport Communications America and feedback to City Council on South Boulder Creek flood mitigation. Leah, did anyone sign up for? Okay. Okay. So Beth Potter, and I don't know if you've spoken before, but if you could begin by giving us your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes, and when the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds. When the red light comes on, you'll also get a beep, and that means to, please wrap up. And I'm sure we've all read what you sent, but
Sure, yeah. I sent you guys an email and CC'd Leah on there, and then I was hoping to get agenda time. My husband and I recently bought, my name is Beth Potter. I live at 5371 Desert Mountain Court, and my husband, Dan Moore, and I recently bought land at 5050 Niwot Road, which is adjacent to open space and mountain parks land at Axelson Open Space, which I think has the other address, probably like from 49th Street, probably. So we're really, really excited about this land, and we're really, really excited to be next to open space. And so what we are coming to talk to you about, I'm sorry, my husband teaches in the evening, and I actually had class, and that's why I wasn't able to sign up right at the public
Okay.
comment period. Sorry about that. So we are taking a piece of vacant land. It's a 33.97 acre property that's never had anything on it as far as we can tell, except cows. So it had a historic right to irrigate from the 160 acre parcel that is around there and on the corner, and that's why I mentioned that with the on the corner property with 49th and Niwot is another property owner, and then they bought the land next to them, which used to be a dairy, and then the land right adjacent to ours, right behind the dairy, is the open space. And then the reason I say all of this is because there's a ditch that runs between our property and the neighbor's property, and we would like to irrigate our property as it always was, because we would like to have a small horse operation at some point far in the future when we have a little more money than we do now. So we bought some water from Left Hand Ditch Company, which is very unusual in the state of Colorado. I grew up in Colorado, and I know actually that water is a huge contentious issue. And I thought, wow, this is too easy, and it's going to be really wonderful. So we bought 17 shares of water, and then we said to ourselves, there's a ditch on our property. So we went and met with our neighbor, the Twington family, and they said, oh yeah, you know, we have the water records going back like to the early 1900s, and we're happy to share that with you. And so we looked at that, and we said, this is really amazing. You know, we're going to do this, and it's virtually impossible in Colorado to do this, but look, you know, we were able to buy the shares, and we were able to talk to the Left Hand Ditch Company, and they have a very interesting in Left Hand Ditch Company, they say that everybody is equal. You're a cooperative owner of the water shares. So they don't have, well, they have the right to irrigate, obviously, back to when they were incorporated. But they said, don't worry about being senior and junior water rights because you are a new water owner. So we started moving forward. You have to have a, am I on red?
You've got about 15, you got about 10 seconds, but keep
Okay.
going, don't.
So my point is that we ended up talking with the city and the neighbor because we are the obviously new person on the ditch on April 9th. And that's the information that I sent in the email. So we would, at that time, the 3 attorneys on that call said that they wanted to talk about how to provide us a usage agreement. So we were talking about bullet points of the usage agreement, and the city attorney asked us to provide the historical right to irrigate, which we did. Since April 9th, we've been going back and forth and having discussions, and we're frankly a little bit confused because we understood that on that April 9th call that everything had been decided, you know, just provide this to us. So my husband created this document that you can look at that just shows the historic use of that ditch, and the historic use is decreed. This information comes from the Left Hand Ditch Company, shows that the ditch has a capacity of 8 CFS, and we're asking for a very, very teeny amount of that. 17 shares is like a third of a CFS. So he just showed what the usage was, and he just went up to 5 CFS, and the ditch is supposedly open to 8 CFS. So I just wanted to pass that out, just because it seems like we haven't really gotten anywhere with our other discussions. So
Does anyone have any questions either for Beth or for staff on this issue?
Well, I have a question, actually, maybe, John, you're the person that, you know, we got a copy of the letter that the assistant city attorney wrote today, and I don't know whether you've had a chance to see that, but my question is the information in that letter sufficient, or does it suffice to kind of move the discussion along?
John Potter, no relation. I believe it is, Dave. I think we need to have a conversation with Ms. Potter and Mr. Moore and talk through the alternatives that they have potentially to get the water to their property. And if we were to look at doing some sort of license or something over the Johnson lateral, making sure that we would be kept whole in that, and that us and the other landowner that uses that lateral would be able to continue to use water at all times when our tenant and that neighbor needed it. So I think there needs to be further conversations around that, and I believe that staff are intending or hoping to meet and discuss this further sometime in the next week or so.
So presumably by next irrigation season, there should be some kind of decision or action that would clear up whatever the problem is?
I think that's a definite possibility. We can try to do that. Again, it depends on what additional studies might be needed to understand the capacity of the ditches and figure out what the best approach would be, and then certainly what investment might be necessary to do it. So
That's right.
it's up to the chair.
I'm sorry, what's the,
Could I just respond to that really fast?
no,
Oh,
thanks. Unless someone has a question for you.
I'm okay.
Okay. I mean, my inclination, subject to feeling of other members of the board, is if you're in active discussions with, between staff and the landowner, and the lawyers are actively writing letters to each other, it's not something that the board actively needs to step into, in that it doesn't involve sort of a fundamental policy question that's pressing, and it's normally the sort of thing we would leave to staff and their expertise and the lawyers to work out. That said, if this comes to an impasse and does seem to raise a more fundamental question, you're certainly, welcome to stay in touch with us and, for us to decide whether we want to jump in further. If someone has a different view of that, I would want them to speak up, but I don't, in no way unsympathetic to the seriousness of your concern, but we also want to be mindful of roles here, and one of which is, for these sort of on-the-ground negotiations with a landowner, we very much rely on staff as the front line, particularly where there's also lawyers backing it up on both sides. So I appreciate your coming and bringing it to our attention. I think we're going to, maybe keep an eye on this, but take a pass in terms of putting it on our agenda for any, immediate meeting. All right, so one more.
And sending us emails is also
Yes.
always an option.
John Nybarger.
Hello, John Nybarger. I live at 2272 Holyoke Drive in Boulder. I had a suggestion related to the Junior Ranger program, which is, this amazing, amazing, gem that both the city as well as the county take advantage of, and just the impacts are so phenomenal, especially on the young people that are involved. And the opportunity, I think, that exists is there are roughly 100 people that end up getting a job, but there are 50 to 100 people who don't. And that's, they can't take everyone, understood, but that's 50 to 100 people who are like, yes, open space. Mm-hmm. How can the city reach out to that group and, maybe say, hey, you know what? Not everybody's going to come, of course. They're doing other things, but let's go out for a walk. Let's have some outreach. Let's do a nature walk. Let's do something to sort of at least engage with that opportunity. So, just a suggestion. Again, an amazing program. Keep going with it, obviously, but it is an opportunity for just that much more impact. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So with that, we close public comment for items not identified for a hearing and turn to matters from the department.
All right, thank you. We've got a very brief master plan update for you tonight. We just wanted to formally announce for those who haven't been keeping track that on September 3rd of this month that City Council voted 7-0 to accept the plan as is with no changes from where you've left it. So we're super excited to have the level of support from council. So we move forward from here. And what that means for us is, as you know, the plan was assembled and put together in a Word format. And so we are going to have a rollout strategy of how to roll the plan out to the public, which will, one thing, involve sprucing up the plan in terms of its graphics and its look, but also other ways of unveiling the plan to the public in the fourth quarter. So we've got some things in mind, and we'll keep you up to date on when and how we do that. Of course, our attention is already on implementation, and so we have a nice strategy session at the directors team for us to discuss our ideas and concept for how structuring implementation will look like, and I'm sure we'll have a number of those conversations over the fall in order to get, fully ready for annual budgets and annual work plans and how we're going to report out and how we're going to track. And there's a number of items that we view as part of implementation, not just on the ground of something gets done, but all the tracking and reporting and all of that. So we're already starting to brainstorm about that, and we'll do that in earnest over the next 3 or 4 months, and certainly keep you up to date as the plan begins to have life beyond the development of the plan. So with that, that's all we really wanted to say at this point, and unless you have any questions, and Mark is here in case you do.
Sort of a half question, half comment. The process committee does have a noticed meeting for September 23rd at noon at the hub.
Yes.
The public may want to know whether that is in any sense a substantive working meeting or is just a celebration. And I think we probably ought to give them, for those for whom the answer to that question may influence whether they attend the meeting, we probably ought to give whatever clarity we can of, kind of the nature of that meeting and let people decide for themselves whether it's something they would want to attend.
Thanks.
It's open to the public in any event, but just thought you were.
No, thanks, Tom. Good question. Yes, it is open to the public. It is going to be an after-action review of the Processes Committee's work on the engagement for the master plan, community engagement, and also the process for the master plan. So there will be the serious discussion about how it proceeded, and then possibly some cake at the end. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I was hoping the cake to substance ratio would be different, but it's okay. All right. All right. Dan, is that it, or are we moving on to?
No, that is it.
Okay, then the next item 5, is the request for recommendation to grant a non-exclusive revocable license to Teleport Communications America.
And with that, I'll invite Bethany Collins, Real Estate Services Supervisor.
Good evening, everyone. Moving this right along, I am sparing you any kind of attempt at a PowerPoint of board fiber optic cable lines. And mostly up here, I've attempted to supply as much information as I can in the memo, the short and sweet memo, but I'm up to answer questions. So this is a request for a recommendation to grant a non-exclusive revocable license to Teleport Communications, which is a subsidiary of AT&T, for the board crossing of several of our ditch lateral easements, which fall in the Arapahoe Road right-of-way. And that's for a fiber optic installation project that they are doing between 75th and 95th Streets along Arapahoe Road, and even beyond that, but that's our area of focus this evening. So the installation of the fiber optic line is to provide redundancy and capacity to their existing network. And the purpose of this, obviously utilities typically fall, or we'd like them to fall within road right and transportation rights of way. So we're very supportive of that. And this is also to make sure that the maintenance, the location, and the understanding of if something is damaged, if our lateral is somehow interrupted or anything like that, that there is responsibility and obligation to fix, maintain, basically in perpetuity unless we revoke that right or that infrastructure location.
I assume this has happened before?
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
It has happened before. There are many utility lines, both crossing open space. Many times we acquire the property with those easements in place, or with the utility lines, whether it's a prescriptive use or whether it's through easement in place. We are getting a bit more formal in doing even things like this, where they cross. This is, in this case, excuse me, these are our prescriptive lateral easements, so we don't even have formal easements for these laterals because they're within the right-of-way. They're the basically patented sort of ditch right-of-way for ditches and canals sort of easements. And so where we have a prescriptive easement from basically CDOT in the right-of-way, they are just doing these license agreements in order to cross under that prescriptive easement.
And so that's why it only addresses the crossing per se.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we do not have a property, a formal property interest that they are impacting. It's not, they're not burying this on open space land.
Sure.
I just have a couple quick questions.
Go for it.
Is the conduit that's laid down 4 feet under the lateral?
At a minimum, yes. Mm-hmm.
At a minimum. Is that exclusively used by this company, or is it shared with other companies, or?
Great question. These are exclusive to this company, so it will be basically a conduit, a piping that has the line going through it, and there will actually be 3 of them.
So if another company comes along and wants to do it, they put another 1, 2, or 3 in, and it just keeps
Or
adding?
they can apply to share, because it's non-exclusive. So they can work with AT&T to then share their conduits.
So it can be shared?
Correct, yes.
My other question has to do with within OSMP, who keeps track of these once they're put in? Because there was one of these put in south of my townhouse back in the 80s or 90s. And I don't know if anybody keeps track of the records in OSMP and what happens.
So if they were formalized applications, formalized easements, they're recorded documents, and they ride on the title of the property. They do have legal descriptions associated with them, or in this case, plats, alignments, things like that. And this company is going to be required to put in what's called as-built diagrams after they install them. So very often a survey ahead of time, they may encounter a rock or something that they have to go around, and so they do as-built diagrams at the end to show exactly where they've located their lines.
And then does anybody within OSMP track these or keep up with what's going on, or
so
just there?
So multiple things. We can and likely will record this document. So again, it will be on title, and so that will, if you ever pulled title on a property, you would see that there's an easement under our lateral, under our ditch laterals and within the Arapahoe Road right-of-way. Although this isn't our land, so actually this one would be harder to track to open space land unless you pulled the title work for the the actual Arapahoe Road right-of-way. In your case, yes. So there's multiple ways. We have central records that, and we have kept all of our property files where Colorado has records retention rules. Those don't apply to real property. So we have kept everything we've ever granted pretty much for all time since the acquisition of a property. And then we also have kept the title policies that we have since we acquired, that we got when we acquired the property. So we have pretty good records, and then also the clerk and recorder's office, anything that's recorded is available to the public.
Yeah, Karen, around 4 years ago, we decided to take all of our paper files and scan them all into Laserfish, so now we can search digitally for every property and all the records that we've historically kept. We used to have a room about the size of this chambers full of all of our records that's all been scanned now digitally, so we could And the next project coming up is we have a software system that we call Beehive, and real estate is going to be a major part of putting all of the stuff into a database, so then we would have a lot of our real estate assets also in the Beehive database records, which then we could start to produce maps out of. And so it is a continual improvement from the old written records sitting in a storage room to having it be much more at our fingertips and interactive.
Thanks.
And there's, I mean, you know, Dan alluded to with GIS capability and obviously records retention. You can go to AT&T and ask for all of their map layers of where their easements lie. You can go to CDOT and ask for all of their map layers of where their rights-of-way and any utilities located within those rights-of-way lie. So there's pretty much probably 20 different ways you would be able to find easements within an open space property.
Thanks.
Sure.
So Bethany, the construction is going to be this fall?
Yes, they, I believe, are starting at the non-open space end, so I'm assuming further east in Lafayette,
Right.
and progressing west beginning, they asked for about end of October, early November.
And so the construction activity, is it, where it crosses our laterals, is it going to be surface or drilling only?
It is bored, it is drilling only. There will be no surface impact.
So are they doing any surface construction, do you know?
They will be doing, they have what's, it's basically manholes, but the smaller ones, I believe it's about every 100 feet that they're going to have to do, but none of them are near our laterals.
Great.
I would love to see this operation. Can you let us know when it's going to happen?
Sure, they're actually being required to do it overnight to prevent any kind of traffic impact. So,
Well, in that case.
so put your headlamp on, and I'll send you. yeah, I'll let you know when it starts. I was actually fascinated by that because I thought, oh, traffic, but yeah, they're going to be required to do almost all of the work at night.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have a motion? Anyone?
I move that the board approve the... Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I thought I did. No? Okay. Oh, on this?
Yep,
Oh,
the public hearing.
no, thank you, yes. So, no,
She's waiting.
sorry, no, you're right. No one has signed up to speak on this issue, so I'll open and close public comment. Thank you, Leah, my apologies.
So I move that the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend granting a non-exclusive revocable license to Teleport Communications America LLC for the board crossings of ditch lateral easements as part of a fiber optic cable installation project in the Arapahoe Road right-of-way adjacent to the City of Boulder open space properties between 75th and 95th Streets.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Thank you, Bethany. That's unanimous. All right, and exactly to the minute on time, we move to the main item for the evening, feedback to City Council on the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation.
All right, thank you, Tom. I'm going to invite Brandon and Don D'Amico up here, and while they're getting ready, I have just a couple of 1 minute or two of sort of context setting that I would like to provide. You all are pretty much up to speed on this, so a little more context setting for the audience and anyone listening, but so in July 2018, the OSBT provided council with a set of recommendations of how best to potentially mitigate for potential impacts that the South Boulder Creek Flood Project may have to OS&P resources in the area. This set of recommendations made last year were made assuming that there would be no actual flood-related structures placed on OS&P lands, but instead a lot of those flood-related structures adjacent would be placed in the CDOT right-of-way. However, now that CDOT has recently clarified its position that it is no longer willing to host above-ground flood-related structures within their right-of-way, this means that flood structures would now need to be constructed and maintained on OS&P. Thus, given this new information, Council has requested feedback from this board on this emerging issue. Tonight, the trustees are planning to deliberate in order to provide this council two feedback. I just want to make a note that it is important to note that tonight is not a formal disposal hearing, nor is there any scheduled disposal decision planned in the near term. Tonight is simply the opportunity for the board to convey its thoughts to council given the new information that we have recently received from CDOT. But if and when an actual disposal decision needs to be made by OSBT in the future, the department will work diligently to publicize this to the community and make it known of when and if a formal disposal action is needed on this project. So with regards to how staff and board intend to structure tonight's discussion, we put something up on the prompter, and but I will read it. And first, we're going to have Brandon Coleman from City Utilities and the project manager for this flood project provide OSBT with more details on key upcoming milestones and deliverables on the project that the OSBT is likely going to be very interested in. After Brandon, Don D'Amico, OSMP ecologist, will present to the board some potential mitigation options that OSBT may want to consider as it thinks about how to offset the potential impact to OSMP resources that flood-related structures on our lands may cause. We will then ask for any clarifying questions that board members may have. I believe Tom will then guide us and lead us into the public hearing portion for tonight. And then after the public hearing is closed, I believe Tom will lead you all into deliberations. So that is the plan over the next hour to 2 to 3, depending on how, or 4, that we want to go. I also just want to note some other folks that are here in the room tonight. We do already spoken, but John Potter from Open Space Mountain Parks is here, who is project sponsor from our end of things on keeping track of this project. Heather Swanson is here as well, and I believe Lynn Riedel's here too. Maybe she is not, but I thought Lynn was going to be here. On other city staff, we have Douglas Sullivan here. Phil Kleisler from City Planning is over there, and I think it's Garrett Slater here from Transportation. No. Okay, so Garrett is not here tonight. But those are your folks that were here to answer any questions that you may have during your deliberations or beforehand. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Brandon Coleman.
Hello, nice to see you all again. So in your memo, I think what we talked about a lot last time was really the fact that we're still in these design phases for variant 1 specifically, which is what's been brought to you guys about these 5 acres of disposal. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to review some of the key milestones that were that were discussed in the memo, and also how I think they'd be important to the board and what information you guys could expect to get at those milestones, and try and relate it back to some of the questions you guys have been asking.
Is his mic up?
I don't think your mic is on.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, maybe you didn't hear any of that, so.
All of it. Well, we heard, I don't hear.
Okay. So just to recap, I'm going to be going over the milestones kind of related to conceptual design and preliminary design. So this is just a rough schedule, kind of where we're at in the process right now. There's 2 components going on for the design phase. There is a conceptual design phase, which was close to being wrapped up when council made the directive for the variant 1 500-year concept in February, and they also directed us to begin with the preliminary design phase for that variant 1 500 concept. And then from there, they've also asked us to look at alternatives of that variant 1 layout between the 100-year and the 500-year flood event, offsetting inundation impacts by putting fill on open space other property, which is on the CU South property. So we're doing that as part of the conceptual design phase right now, and we'd expect to have that information prepared and ready to present probably Q1 of 2020. So I'm trying to keep these kind of grouped together so you guys know it's not multiple times coming back, it's substantial information that comes back to you guys. So I do want to go to the next one. Yeah. So the conceptual design phase, and then there's another key component that I think would be very important for you guys to understand, which is the initial groundwater model. So why I think that's really important to come back to the board and present the information on the initial groundwater model is really when we do any type of groundwater conveyance system or groundwater mitigation system, we would want to try and mimic the initial groundwater conditions on the site. So I think you guys need to understand the baseline before you can understand how any mitigation would try and maintain that baseline condition. So those are the two items at that first milestone that I'd like to bring back to you guys in Q1 of 2020 and discuss some of those. We'd also have the initial environmental impacts based on that variant 1 layout with the new information from CDOT. So essentially those 5 acres, what habitats are in those 5 acres, how we would look at those from an environmental permitting standpoint going forward. So the next milestone was really, and these are all related to deliverables that we have scoped out with RJH right now. So that's why these titles kind of are what they are, but there's a wetland mitigation memorandum. So that's particularly how we would mitigate some of the wetlands impacts we're expecting from the project. So from your guys' perspective, we'd really want your input on that, particularly what Don's going to talk about next, as well as some of these mitigation requirements that we're going to be required to do as part of the project and how that aligns with what your guys' recommendations are. And then the other piece of this one would be the proposed groundwater conditions model. So this is really, at this stage, we would have a conceptual groundwater conveyance system, and that would actually show how we're planning to maintain the groundwater conditions on the site. So I know that was one of your key recommendations from 2018, so I really want to highlight the groundwater issue because that is something we're currently working on and will be working on as part of the preliminary design. So the last one, and this is really getting, right now, we're only contracted with our consulting engineer to get us to a 30% design, which is not a final design. So really, this is as far as I've projected the schedule now because this is what our contract will get us to. So the last step would be the 30% design documents, which would include the flood wall configuration, a more detailed project footprint, more details about the subsurface configuration of that flood wall, so we'll know the groundwater conditions and how we need to structurally support that wall, so you guys can get a better understanding of what that subsurface conditions look like, and then also the configuration of the wall and how much would need to be in the CDOT right-of-way and how much would need to be over in open space. So, and then any renderings or 3D, any visual impacts, I think would be important for you guys to understand as well. So really, those are our next big milestones in the design process. Beyond that, we haven't contracted the work, so that would be kind of what I recommend right now is that we bring that information back to you guys as we produce it, so that way we can answer these questions with a lot of detail. So.
Great. I think what we would we could either continue and just do the staff presentation and then go to questions, or we could divide it up.
If you have a question specifically on what Brandon just presented, go ahead.
Yeah, last night they were talking a lot about the map from CDOT.
Yes.
Do you have copies of that to show us so that we know?
I don't have them printed with me. I can probably pull them up, but I think we can get you a copy. The map that they were referring to from CDOT was really talking about when we originally approached CDOT about this issue, is they actually requested that we don't have any above-ground structures within their proposed ultimate build-out right-of-way. And then, so
That's the map I want to see.
Yes.
Those lines that you were talking, so that I can understand where the proposed flood wall locations are according to CDOT.
Right. So, yes, I do have a copy of it. I don't have it with me right now, but
We'll
see
have
if I can pull it.
John email that out tomorrow to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon, under this schedule, at what point would you begin consultation, and I don't know if that's the right word, with federal regulators?
I don't think there's any point we'd be consulting with the federal regulators at this stage, particularly not in a permitting capacity. There may be a pre-project conference that we have with them to kind of get the understanding of the project, but until we know what our actual project impacts are and those acreages, and we're able to define that with a probably past the 30%, I would say a 60% design is typically that you have those permitting discussions. So I think there may be some pre-application meetings is what you would call them with the permitting agencies related to the project, but nothing related to the specific permitting.
I do think it would be interesting for us to know what the roles of all the agencies are going to be, what they're going to require from you, what role they're going to have in formulating a mitigation plan or not, who takes the lead on that. All those questions could be part of this pre-project meeting you're talking about, to lay that out and have clarity on that.
Yes.
So I guess all I'm saying is we're really interested in knowing that process as early as possible, and what role we need to play in that process, because, you know, council is wanting to know from us, what's it going to take to make this something we can support? Right. And I'm looking at this and thinking, well, it's going to be 2 years before we know anything concretely about the nature of the project and just where it is and just what the impacts are. And I'm not sure council knows that either just yet. So
right.
Anyway, that would be my request.
Okay.
Yeah, and Brandon, I think it would be helpful to actually include a line that, you know, basically says that on the timeline is when these, you know, preliminary project or pre-project, you know, consultations or meetings or whatever we want to call them are anticipated to be held.
Okay.
So that it addresses some of Kurt's and Karen's concerns.
Okay.
So I think that, Don, I think we're on now to your part of the presentation.
Great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some ideas and thoughts on mitigation for this project. The South Boulder Creek corridor is in pretty good shape from an ecological perspective. It supports a number of the resources, the species and communities that occur in this project site. Having said that, there are some mitigation opportunities, some areas on open space and in the South Boulder Creek floodplain where we could effectively potentially do some mitigation and improve habitat conditions. So in addition to the suite of mitigation activities that you all recommended for Variant 1 in July of 2018, Open Space staff has identified a number of other potential mitigation options that could help to offset some of the additional impacts that are now projected under Variant 1. The ideas that you see on the slide here are conceptual. They haven't been really analyzed or vetted at all. They would have to go through extensive analysis to see if they were actually viable on the ground projects. And so they really represent kind of an unprioritized list of potential projects that could go into a package of mitigation options.
Is it possible to enlarge that a little bit by?
Sure.
Oh, great.
Just writing.
So.
God, now I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we'll go through this from kind of top to bottom. So starting at the top, we would be looking at potentially restoring wetland and grassland habitat on some properties that Open Space has recently acquired in the South Boulder Creek floodplain. Most of them are south of Baseline. There's one north of Baseline, and then the Hogan Pancoast property. Let me see here. So let me zoom in on this one too. So just to orient everybody, Baseline Road is right up here. Cherryvale Road. The blue line is South Boulder Creek. Here's the East Boulder Community Center. So the properties we're talking about are the ones that are labeled right here. So the Suits property, going from west to east, the Suits property, the Coleman property, Opal and Granite were part of a package that we acquired probably 4 or 5 years ago. And then on the north end is the Oliver property, which is just north of Baseline and west of South Boulder Creek. And then off to the bottom, you see the Hogan Pancos property. So these properties are all kind of similar in what we could potentially do for restoring or improving these. The idea would be to do some grading on the site, some altering of the height of the topography to be in closer contact with the local groundwater table, where we could then create conditions, hydrologic conditions and soil conditions that would support wetlands, xeric tallgrass, and then the habitat for a number of the species. Having said that, it would be challenging, I think, to create habitat for Euclades tresses orchid and Preble's meadow jumping mice, especially as you move away from the creek. As you all know, on the Granite properties, CDOT a number of years ago, not too long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, did a project there where they were trying to mitigate for impacts to Preble's and Euclades tresses orchid from their phase 1 improvements on US 36. They did an extensive restoration in there, tried to recreate habitat for those 2 species, and to date, they have not been able to. The property does not support those 2 species as of now. Whether they will in the future is yet to be determined. They are continuing some monitoring, and we'll keep tabs on that property for some time.
But on that Granite property, you have done the kind of grading that gets the water table to the surface?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they did establish the proper hydrology, more or less, but, and there are some pretty decent wetlands that have been established there, but they haven't, they've surveyed for Preble's and haven't trapped any, and they've surveyed for Speranthes and haven't found any on that property. So moving down the list, we've also considered creating fish passage at some water diversion structures on South Boulder Creek. We've created, or we've completed 3 of these projects in this section of South Boulder Creek, but there's still a number of diversions that still fragment aquatic habitat in the creek. Moving down, restoring aquatic habitat in South Boulder Creek between Baseline Road and South Boulder Road. Last year, we completed a project with Denver Water upstream of South Boulder Road on a 2-mile stretch that we're envisioning would be the project below South Boulder Road would complement that. It would be much like that work where we were doing mostly in-stream work, but trying to reestablish some more of a natural channel design and some aquatic habitat that would support native fish. We've also thought about acquiring additional water rights in South Boulder Creek to add to our existing in-stream flows. These could be used in conjunction with or part of our plan to fill the 2,500 acre foot environmental pool and gross reservoir if that project is ever approved by the county. Acquiring, move down here a little bit. Acquiring additional land, including the all or part of the 119 acres of OSO designated land on the CU South property is also an idea. More of this land could then be restored to provide habitat for some of these species impacted by the project. And it could also provide a buffer to the open space land along South Boulder Creek from any future development that may take place on the CU South property. We've also thought of reclaiming some gravel pit ponds on the open space and CU South properties. At the very end, in in, let's see, this area of CU South, and then on the adjoining open space property to the south here, there are some gravel pits that weren't reclaimed or were reclaimed as kind of marsh, but still a lot of open water in there. And we have been working over the years to fill in the gravel pit ponds on open space to try to improve habitat for northern leopard frogs and reduce habitat for invasive bullfrogs. So we could continue that effort on the remaining ponds in that area. It's possible that some of these projects may also serve as mitigation requirements that the project may need to satisfy various permits, whether they be local, state, or federal permits. We kind of see mitigation for the impacts to open space falling into kind of two general buckets. There's the kind of the regulatory bucket where various agencies, mostly federal agencies, require mitigation to comply with the Clean Water Act or the Endangered Species Act, other federal regulations. And then there's the OSMP mitigation bucket, if you want to call it that, where the Open Space Board of Trustees would ask for or impose compensatory requirements on the project to make up for the non-regulatory impacts of the project. So given that, that concludes our presentation. Any questions for me or Brandon or?
Well, I have a dream of a matrix that lists the project features, lists conceptually what those do to the environment, lists conceptually what the Fish and Wildlife will require to offset that, what the Corps will require to offset that, and then what possible types of mitigation we might be able to do. So it's really just organizing what you're saying here against the federal regulations, our rules, and the project features. I think that would be really explanatory to us and the public.
So you're reading my mind. We've actually started a draft.
We
started a draft of that. Haven't gotten very far, but we've taken these just kind of general ideas and started to kind of put a little bit more information behind them. For instance, just as an example, on the Suits property, how many acres would be could provide potential mitigation there? What type of project would it be? Would it be simple grading? Would it be extensive grading? Would it be, would we need water? Just kind of a matrix, like you said, of a matrix of options, trying to look also at cost based on some projects that we've done in the past. We have a pretty good list of projects that have been completed on open space in the last couple of years. The CDOT wetland mitigation project at the confluence of South Boulder Creek and Boulder Creek, the granite project, the CDOT granite project that I talked just a minute ago about, and then some other projects, the aquatic habitat improvement project that we just finished with Denver Water, and then some mitigation that we did on the Fancher property where those gravel pits are that provide a pretty good cost estimate and just a little bit more information to add to just a laundry list, basically.
And for me, it's having a map that goes from the project feature to the type of impact, to the federal regulatory requirement, and then to types of projects. And that way, we can sort of keep these things a little bit separate. We have a potential interference with groundwater flow issue. Well, who's going to be concerned about that? Well, it's probably going to be both the service and the Corps. They're going to come at it differently, though, and what's their focus and requirement going to be? Again, it's not going to be a lot of detail, but it's going to say conceptually, here's what they're going to be looking for. I think having a roadmap like that soon helps us then understand how to start the conversation with the agencies and help us think better about how to create an integrated mitigation plan that addresses all of those things. So anyway, that's my dream. I know it's a lot to ask for, but
great.
Don, one of the items that's in the memo, completing enhancement projects, including in the first one, was removing the artificial berm along South Boulder Creek, south of US 36. I wonder if you could just elaborate. I'm not sure that's different from the CU levy, right?
Yes, it is. And this is going to be a little tricky, but on South Boulder Creek.
This is on the berm on the eastern.
This is on the western side of South Boulder Creek, south of the highway. So if you follow my cursor, the red bouncing ball here, it runs right along here, and you'll notice that the channel is pretty straight there. That was channelized back in the 60s, late 50s or 60s. And when they channelized that, they just put the overburden on the west side of the creek. So if you ever get a chance to walk along the South Boulder Creek Trail and just glance toward the creek, there's a noticeable rise that goes up and then drops down into the creek. So the thought was to try to reconnect the stream to the floodplain. You could remove that berm, so when you do have some flooding, you could actually increase floodplain capacity, but also allow for that overbank flooding and the creation of potentially riparian wetlands in that area. One issue, though, there is a sewer line that runs down, parallels the South Boulder Creek Trail, and that was one of the recommendations that the board made last July about potentially removing that, and it was associated with variant 2. So, but that, of course, that would have to be part of any conversation about doing grading where you have a major utility like that.
So Don, are any of the proposed restoration projects that you outlined, are any of them in the CIP? I mean, are they identified for funding independent of this?
We have a fish passage project on the East Boulder ditch that is in the 2000, there's some design and engineering work in the 2019 budget that we're hoping to complete this year, sending out an RFP and getting some bids on what it would take to do some design work for that. But then in, I believe, 2020 or 21, I'll have to look at the CIP, but there is some money requested for completing that project, the fish passage project.
And is that on this map, or is that?
Yeah, East Boulder ditch is right about here. It's north of the bridge from the East Boulder Community Center that goes across South Boulder Creek and south of Bobolink Trailhead.
So the gist of my question basically is that I don't think we ought to confound projects that have been identified in the CIP with necessarily with mitigation for this project. And if we're intending mitigation to support those projects, from my perspective, then we ought to look at, kind of additional mitigation so that we're not double counting.
Sure. And there's also, I mentioned, I think I said a number of irrigation diversions, barriers to fish passage on South Boulder Creek. There's another one immediately downstream of South Boulder Road, the Dry Creek Carrier. The head gate just virtually right up against the South Boulder Road Bridge at South Boulder Creek. And then the Goodhue Ditch, which is upstream of Marshall Road, just maybe a quarter of a mile. So those are the other ones that we had on our not on the CIP, but we've identified those as priority projects for removing barriers to aquatic organisms on South Boulder Creek.
So if we took all of the items in our July 11, 2018 list and the additional ones that you're proposing now, and putting aside the acquisition of land from CU, without trying to put a price tag on that, but just for everything else, do you have a ballpark sense of what the total price, and putting aside who's doing it, but just what the total cost would be of undertaking all of these elements?
$4,005,000.
$4,005,000?
Okay.
How many?
I mentioned this matrix that we were putting together. Yeah. Those were just some preliminary numbers of that we came up with. Very ballpark, order of magnitude, I would say, that ballpark. So we haven't come up with specific costs for those, but we can certainly do that.
And in this magic matrix, I hope we could distinguish between mitigation that we would consider in kind and out of kind, because that'll be a big difference to the agencies. I mean, we can talk about these things as if they're equal, but the agencies won't view them that way.
Right.
I have a question about the CDOT.
Sure.
memo. Is this group, okay, I have a question about the CDOT letter. And I'd love to have Leah bring up the photograph if you can. And this has to do with where we might be able to put some of the foundation for the project. Let's see if we can. So the letter says you can put your wall, the wall right on your land just outside the right-of-way, but you can we would consider putting some of the foundation inside our right-of-way. But in this letter, they go on to say it's got to be outside the prism, the roadway prism, and that means outside the toe of slope. And I guess my question, if there's somebody who feels like they know, could you point to where the toe of slope is? Because I see two toes of slope that are about 20 feet apart. And if they're interpreting this one way and we're interpreting the other way, it could mean the difference between them giving us 20 or more feet of maybe sub work and foundation work versus none. Because the toe of the second slope is right at our fence line.
I guess having just be, 48 hours in receipt of this letter, I don't think transportation folks have really analyzed it. Douglas, am I correct in assuming that, or?
Douglas Sullivan, Principal Engineer Utilities. So we're in receipt of the same letter you have.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable speaking to the very question that you proposed.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you're asking, given the cross-section there. So I think what we would do at the time, we would get you a copy of the map that you asked for. We would look for a further delineation to understand exactly what they consider the toe of the slope.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think that's exactly what we need. So.
It is a lengthy section of almost 2,400 feet where the proposed wall is, where it parallels US 36.
Right, right.
And there's not a copy of the map here that we could put up on the screen, is there?
I have a copy of it. I don't
We
know
have
if it's
that
gonna
copy of
answer
the
this
two
question.
right-of-ways of CDOT, the
Yeah.
original one. We did
What
find.
council was talking about last night and what
But
the
it would
letter
mark,
refers to.
sorry, it would mark the right-of-ways, the two right-of-ways,
That's what I want to see.
right? But it wouldn't be,
And the red line.
it wouldn't be a
Whatever the red
delineation
line
of,
is.
So I think for Kurt's statement is we need to go back, get more information.
I understand, it's
Yeah,
two different
okay.
questions.
Yep.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can, Karen, we'll try to get this up. I don't know if we want to move on to another clarifying while we get it
And
up.
you
do have
email it
another
to Leah,
question.
and then Leah puts it up from there, or not?
Yeah, we've got it here.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I'll just, since I think maybe you're the guy to answer this. We've gotten indications that we can't put structures on their right-of-way. So if we think about standing right with the creek at our back here, the flood wall's coming down at the edge of the right-of-way, and then it stops someplace. And if you take that literally, you can't turn the flood wall and connect it to the abutment of the highway or the bridge. So that's where all the water goes, as it goes behind the flood wall. So I don't know when or how we've teased that apart, but obviously it's a question.
I understand exactly the question you're asking. And so the question is really, at the end of the flood wall, as you approach South Boulder Creek,
Yeah.
would there be some sort of tie-in to an abutment within the CDOT right-of-way?
Yeah.
And the simple answer is yes, there probably would be. So I don't think this letter precludes that. As we move ahead with design, after this 30% effort for the preliminary design, there would be a number of milestone steps where there would be submittals to the Colorado Department of Transportation for what was being proposed. And so that would start a more interactive phase where we were specifically addressing design elements to proceed.
And you can understand why I'm nervous about putting off conversations with CDOT.
I do.
And getting it in writing.
Yeah.
So you don't think that conversation could be had in a conceptual way now with CDOT? I mean, it seems fundamental to your design, so.
I would say it's fundamental. At the same time, I would imagine their response would be, we will evaluate what is being proposed when there is a submittal in front of us. And there's so much for the city side to do from a preliminary design perspective before we get to the final design phase.
I just hate to get to there and then have them say, no, we told you, nothing in the right of way. So anyway, I'm just.
I think in a best case scenario, we would continue the conversation along these lines to ensure that we don't find ourselves in a position with a potential dead end going forward on this project.
Great, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay. So I think then we'll move on to.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. It's the early warning system question. It came up in one of our earlier meetings several months ago. Jeff Arthur, and the issue was, we're not going to build the project tomorrow. What can we do in the meantime to provide more security and warning for people downstream if there's a big flood? And I guess I understand you're looking into it, but.
Yes, that's right. So Jeff has talked about that at numerous meetings about putting a camera somewhere along South Boulder Creek so you can see what's going on with the creek. I've reached out to Urban Drainage about it, and we're working with them and our IT team right now to see the feasibility of putting a camera up over there.
Great. Well, I'm sure people would love to be kept up to date on that. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. So move to public comment. I think you've all spoken many times to us before, so just name, address. You get 3 minutes, 5 if you're pooling, which I think Ken is. First is Ken Bytel, then Laura Tyler, then Rachel Friend. And as always, if you could start coming down, while the person before you is speaking, so we don't lose time waiting for you just to, walk down here. Ken.
Thank you, Tom, Honorable Board. Glad to be back here tonight. Frequently, it feels like over the last year we've had the pleasure, so thank you. And thank you for your service in protecting, maintaining, and managing open space. I think there's a really high regard amongst the community of Boulder, both for open space and how well it's been managed since the 60s, and thank you for your role in that. I'll start with a few pictures from both the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area and the adjacent buffer area as well. But just per the request, my name, Ken Bytel, address 4410 Ludlow Street. I represent the more than 1,000 supporters of the proposed Meadowlark Jumping Mouse open space at CU South. And I'd like to introduce my new Director of Community Relations, Pam Simpson.
Hello.
Thanks, Pam. Okay, and we'll start with the pictures here. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area, as we all know, is home to a number of rare and endangered species. That's the Utes ladies' tresses over on the left there, one of the many rare butterfly species. Next, please. The area is rich with wetlands, which makes it very valuable in terms of Colorado ecosystems, with it being a fairly dry state. Please. Here's the northern leopard frog that was talked about earlier. I've had the pleasure of being at Lake Meadowlark in the middle of the proposed eco space and hearing the boom of this creature. Quite the call, quite the call. Please. Yeah, and here's a shot. So this is with the state natural area immediately at my back, and then looking over the wetlands that flow into the CU South area. Next, please. Here's a meadowlark, quite a charming bird with its distinctive black V. And a species of great concern, the Preble's jumping mouse, that lives extensively along the South Boulder Creek. And one of the reasons it's so important to preserve the state natural area. Next, please. And here we have, in the entire world, this is the range of the Preble's jumping mouse. You see a little bit in Wyoming and Colorado Front Range. And if there's a laser pointer there.
Doesn't work.
Okay, no problem, thanks. Just if you see that little red speck in the whole world, Colorado, Wyoming, that's where this mouse exists. Next, please.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks. Yeah, and we really have a choice here. What do we want to create for future? Next, please. Yeah, and this is the exact area we're talking about. I'm very pleased Elza, who's in the audience tonight, took this picture on August 16th. That's Highway 36 in the background, exactly where the proposed dam would be built. Quite magnificent. Thank you for the great photo. And yeah, just remarkable seeing this creature here. And here was a hike we led at the area just Sunday, a few days ago. These were two amazing young gentlemen, full of questions and wonder of the natural space, who were on the hike. That's Lake Meadowlark, and then on the ridge just behind the lake is where it's proposed to build the 1,000 condos and apartments, and off to the right, the sporting fields. And then, so a really good question is, where are we with the process? For the last year, the public has been calling upon City Council to consider a fourth variant. What would an engineering option, if this was all protected as open space, what would that look like? And the board, thank you very much, has been making very powerful requests to preserve the habitat at the state natural area. And would it be possible to not dispose of it? And so far, both of our calls have fallen on deaf ears, despite hundreds of members of the public asking City Council to consider and provide us with engineering information on what a protected option would look like. There has been no response from the city. In fact, Liz Payton on the planning board and myself had a discussion on the front page of the Daily Camera last fall, and I expressed a concern that the city wasn't listening to the community, and she assured me they were. And now, if the city had listened, we would have in front of us engineering on how potentially quickly built low earth berms and acquisition of the open space could effectively and rapidly protect the downstream communities. And
are the lights not working?
Yeah. The lights are not on.
Yeah, it's not as
Yeah, should I wrap up?
Yes, if you could. Your time is up. I just do want to get to where the people can see the light.
Sure, I'll just wrap up over the next minute as there were no lights. Thanks. And so having that engineering information would be very useful for the board. It would be very useful for the community. And the $30 million cost of the dam, the $4 million mitigation, what if we had $26 million to acquire the land from CU and then spent $5 to $10 million on safer, more effective, faster to build? A large dam may face years of endangered species litigation and public outcry. So really, the protected open space may be the best and safest method to achieve quick flood control. And I would like the board, if you so see fit, to request that City Council provide an engineering option based on open space.
Okay.
Thank you very
much. Thanks, Ken. Laura Tyler, then Rachel Friend, then Margaret Lecomte.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Tyler, and I'm with the South Boulder Creek Action Group. It's my understanding that one of the questions you're asking yourselves is if health and safety is a proper reason for open space disposal. The answer is yes, there is a precedent for this. In 2010, this board disposed of approximately 2.5 acres to build a fire station in El Dorado Springs. And the reason or the statement given for that under the Community Sustainability Assessments and Impacts section stated that disposal of this acreage supports the council's community sustainability goal because of the need for a fire station. And I'd like to point out that this was an uncontroversial decision. I looked around at past to find any news articles about this. There were none. This was a really cut and dried, it seems like a real care for health and safety. And I'd like to encourage you to take that same attitude toward this project. It's a really important health and safety project. We'd like to see you take a collaborative and cooperative approach. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Rachel Friend, Margaret LeCompte, and then Edith Stevens.
Sorry. Can I give a second to?
I don't think I know how to do it. Maybe I can say 30 seconds?
Oh, that'd be great.
Jump right in. Ready? Hi, I'm Rachel Friend, Boulder City resident, 4895 Koala Drive, and I'm with Laura on South Boulder Creek Action Group as a co-chair. Thank you all for being here and for giving us the chance to speak on flood mitigation tonight. I know that you've seen all of our videos and heard us talk about being in harm's way, so I'm not going to reiterate that tonight. I know that we're all in favor of quickly saving lives on this project, and I thank you for your commitment to that as well. As an attorney, I'm trained to follow precedent, like Laura was just talking about, and to pay close attention to facts, and really to dig into the importance of each and every word. So in that vein, I wanted to ask you all to address a couple of points in your discussion tonight. First, reiterating Laura's point, you do have precedent that open space disposal for health and safety is appropriate. And here, of course, we will have to mitigate the impacts, and that is doable. And your precedent gets us to yes, which is where we want to get on this project. So I would ask you to address, is there a valid reason not to follow your own precedent? Number two, I'm a little bit confused by the request for a net benefit to open space in the whole CU South transaction. I first heard that concept in last summer's CU South discussions, and I saw it again in Hal's letter for tonight, but I cannot find any net benefit requirement in the OSBT charter or in precedent. I didn't see any mention of net benefit in the disposal for the fire station, so I would just hope to hear why OSBT seeks a net benefit on this project. And how that would be justified, because I think that that stands in the way of getting to yes. So I would ask you to address that and explain it a little bit to us. And I thank you all for being here.
Okay. Thanks, Rachel. Margaret?
Good evening. I'm Margaret LeCompte at 290 Pawnee, and I'm also representing Save South Boulder. Tonight I'm asking the Open Space Board of Trustees to exercise its fiduciary responsibility over Boulder's open space lands by not disposing of or otherwise transferring authority over any open space lands to any entity or department for the use of flood mitigation. Doing so would be a violation of the city charter, which explicitly doesn't permit open space land to be used for flood mitigation. Disposal also would contradict similar principles in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the new Open Space Master Plan. Open space land should not be repurposed for anything other than those listed in these documents, whether the disposal is through shifting jurisdiction of such lands to another city entity, such as utilities, or by the formal disposal procedures. Treating our open space land like a piggy bank to be used whenever it's convenient is a really bad precedent. It would be hard to show any net benefit to the open space program of such transfers or disposals, particularly with CU South. The degraded former quarry pits at CU South are unlike the pristine wetlands or the state natural area the city desires for flood mitigation, and there are no other properties in the county whose value equals those that would be destroyed. Importantly, it is not Open Space Board of Trustees' responsibility either to help CU satisfy its development aspirations or to save the city from its mistaken belief that it could use the CDOT right-of-way for flood mitigation. You've received Ruth Wright's and my own letter detailing both grave dangers to the open space natural area in the current flood mitigation concepts and failure to consider less damaging alternatives, even by CH2M Hill years ago. In August, Trustee Holwig urged you to consider possible flood detention upstream and outside of CU's property in the South Boulder Creek's two stream flows, rather than locating it all right along Highway 36 and close to or on the CU South property. Save South Boulder has urged the same things for several years. Many others also have. City Council also requested that its engineers look upstream to avoid possible damage to open space lands. There has been no response to these suggestions, and it's high time that these requests be honored. Margaret, you have 30 seconds left. Yes, thank you. It's time to look at Holwig's proposal presented at the OSBT meeting in August. Explore detention upstream of CU's property. Don't permit construction of a high-hazard dam and all detention ponds along Highway 36, where land containing the most threatened habitat and species in the area would be obliterated. Give priority to preserving open space lands, especially the state natural area. And most important, do not dispose of them for flood mitigation. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret. Edith Stevens, then Raymond Bridge, then Matt Benjamin.
Edie Stevens, 2059 Hardscrabble Drive, Boulder. I'm representing Friends of Boulder Open Space. As Open Space board members, you are the trustees of Open Space, these invaluable lands, and of the charter that established them. The proposal before you, the disposal of 5 acres of open space to the city for flood control, is not authorized by the Open Space Charter. You are authorized, indeed you are obligated by the charter to protect and maintain open space lands, their flora and fauna. The flood control proposal, which led to consideration of disposing 5 acres of open space to the city, would destroy the habitat of 2 endangered species, Preble's dumping mouse and Ute lady's tresses, as well as native tall grasses, a species federally designated as one of concern, and an area, designated by the state of Colorado as a state natural area. I urge you to protect them and these species and their habitat, and observe your obligations under the state's designation. As board members of Open Space, trustees of these vulnerable species, and to deny the proposal to dispose of these 5 acres. And in your decision, to express in the strongest terms to City Council that flood control is not within the Open Space Board of Trustees' purview. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Raymond Bridge.
Good evening. I'm Raymond Bridge, 435 South 38th Street in Boulder, speaking on behalf of the Boulder County Audubon Society. You've been asked to make recommendations to Council regarding flood mitigation for South Boulder Creek and the various projects that have been proposed, specifically with regard to their implications for open space. Note that we agree that the safety of downstream residents is paramount. But with large engineering projects, rushing to build something that has not been well thought out does not protect lives. It merely establishes a false sense of security. The history of this project is not confidence-inspiring. We believe that it is important for you to make it clear to Council that flood mitigation is not an open space purpose under the Charter, so a project with major effects on open space would require a disposal to be initiated by this board. We think you should make it clear that you will not support disposal for such important open space when the upstream alternatives outlined by Dr. Gordon McCurry have not been seriously examined, even though that approach is the one that would be most closely follow the policies mandated by the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Keep in mind that we are talking about effects that impact on 2 federally listed species on the threatened and endangered species list, as well as state species of concern and grasslands that are part of the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. Thank you.
Thanks, Raymond. Matt Benjamin, then Harlan Savage, Molly Davis, and then Ben Binder.
Hi, I'm Matt Benjamin. First, it's important to tell you, I am not here on behalf of Boulder Open Space Conservancy. As you know, we don't take positions on issues with regards to this. We fully support the Open Space Charter with regards to Open Space Conservancy. But I'm here as an individual. I live in South Boulder, 2395 Vassar Drive. And I'm concerned about the residents and friends that I had in South Boulder that were affected by the flood. And I couldn't help but driving here in that torrent of water and be reflective of what happened 6 years ago and the fact that those residents are no safer today than they were 6 years ago. And I really ask you for a really simple thing, which is expedience. I think we sit here and we talk about really the academics of developing this plan, the trouble of developing this plan, and the time it's going to take. And when we think about open space or applying flood control as a usage of open space and disposal, we need to make that decision now. I could imagine that there's really not much more information any of us could learn that we already don't know that doesn't convey a sense of whether we are for or against disposal, whether we are for or against flood mitigation being in a usage. And so I think if we wait, we run the risk of going further down the plan, spending more money on these plans, and in doing so, we run the risk of voters saying no. Then what? Then where do we go? We're back to the drawing board again. Delay is not a viable option for people who live in this path. 3,500 lives are at risk. Health and safety is the core of what City Council takes an oath of office for. And so allow them to fulfill that mission and having an option at their disposal to be able to save those residents' lives. You know, it's interesting, we hear a couple things like, wetlands and stuff in the air. Well, wetlands are meant to be flooded. It's actually the nature's best flood control are wetlands. So it's okay that I think that those flood. You know, engineers have already provided their expertise. They've studied. And rejecting science and data, if we don't like the outcome, is a dangerous precedent. I think we complain about that at the federal level in number 45 doing the same thing. And we've created a false choice of equivalency that somehow it's endangered species or the lives of 3,500 people. I think I know where I side with that. And lastly, kind of with the Open Space Charter, I ask you a question about how do you view the Constitution of the United States? Is it a living document that evolves with society over time? Or is it fixed, as in the words of the Founding Fathers, meant to only be interpreted frozen in time? And apply your position about the Constitution to the Open Space Charter. Is it locked in time? Or is it a document that can and maybe shall evolve over time as society and the needs change? Thank you so much. And I think it's just the context of those pieces, of what are the pieces that you know, and how do you feel ideologically, and how do you feel with the role that has been bestowed upon you as the trustees of open space, and how can you do the best job in an expedient way to make sure that the lives of 3,500 people are saved? Because they don't sleep at night. And I can imagine that if that weight is put on those that make a decision for their lives not to be any safer than they are today, that would make you or any others not sleep well as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Harlan Savage, Molly Davis, and Ben Binder.
Hi. My name is Harlan Savage, and my residence is 1050 Tantra Park Circle. First, I'd like to thank Ken for showing us those gorgeous pictures of the area. I think sometimes we forget what the land looks like, what's there, whoops, and what's there, and that's really important to keep in mind. I want to put, and actually, Matt, I'm glad you brought up endangered species. I want to put this in a different context. We have an Endangered Species Act that was approved in the 70s, right? Nobody anticipated back then that it was basically going to be used to protect this many species. We just didn't, nobody thought that. But what has happened is because we as a community and other communities don't make the right decisions to protect habitat and species, we end up in this awful quandary. We don't have to do that. And I just want to say a little bit about where we are with extinction. We are living in the sixth mass extinction. Scientists are telling us that half of the species on the planet will not exist. I don't know in what time frame, but won't exist. So it matters what we do here. It matters what we do in Boulder. And I think we need to do more to protect what we have here and what is on the area in question, the state natural area. I don't think it's your job to decide or to design flood mitigation. I think that's lies with the city. And because quite a few not ideal decisions have been made, we're now where we are. The good news is that it's not just variant 1. There are other opportunities, there are other ways to do this, and I think that we can, if we could look at the whole site and look at the ecology and look at, for example, the reclamation plan. There was a reclamation plan that was really extensive 30 years ago. So I think we need to focus on that and not worry so much about CU and the city council right now. They can take care of their own problems, but you guys are here and we have open space to protect species, and that's what we need to be using it for. And I also don't think we want to keep going along and end up in a big mess where we do have the pebbles jumping mouse versus people. I would agree that's a false choice. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Harlan. Molly Davis.
Molly Davis, speaking for Preserving the Vision.org. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's talk about loss. During the flood, I'll back up. I grew up in North Carolina. Hurricanes and flooding became a second nature to us. In the flood, it's no surprise that living at 3rd and Arapahoe, I suffered quite a bit of loss. I started a nonprofit out of that 2 years ago, and we work in a town called Princeville, North Carolina. This is the senior center 3 years later. Just went last week. It's raised now on concrete blocks. The dam that they built did a great job in that town. It flooded the town. 2,500 residents lost everything. We have other options. What if the dam makes things worse? Expediency is not always the best. We need to think this through. Containment of water is a very serious thing. We all know that when we have loss, and loss to the open space, and loss to structures, FEMA does not always move in quickly, and they don't pay quickly. They're not good pay partners, and we're operating under some significant limitations with our monies with open space. I was a trustee for open space, so I asked the question, where are we building in flood zones? What are we doing here? We could take the money that we have. We could possibly buy land up to places that are known for flooding. What's our job to be done here tonight? Could we modify the CU South property that impacts? It worries me that some of our funds comes from grant studies, and that comes with the responsibility
We've taken care of our species. We've taken care of our land for 50 years, and that has given us a significant standing in the community. There are many other options. Many have been discussed tonight. Instead of variant 1, I think we ought to push harder for variant 9. This was the picture of my son damaged by the flood waters.
Thanks, Molly. Ben?
Thank you. Is there, how do I move these slides forward? I don't see it. Molly, did you take the slide advancer? So do I press the up button, the right button? Right. Okay. My name is Ben Binder, and I live in South Boulder. And I want to compliment Leah. I often get the PowerPoint presentations in late, and she very quickly takes care of them and gets right back to me, and always able to answer all the questions. That's about the only time I ever compliment a staff member. Okay, so I read this on your attachment, and it says, CU Boulder's interest in 129 acres of land designated public will be a constant variable in this analysis. Now, I'm an engineer, and I've studied math, and I know what a constant is, and I know what a variable is, but I really don't understand that. Maybe I'm just not familiar with the argot of open space terminology. But 129 acres at 2.5 acres per city block is 52 city blocks, the size of downtown Boulder that CU wants to put in their old gravel pit. When they purchased the property, here was the comprehensive plan. For very good reasons, mainly floodplain and endangered species, 220 acres was designated for open space, and only 88 acres was developable. I put in a request to CU, a formal open records request, for any analysis or documentation showing that they need 129 acres. And the response I got from their vice chancellor for records was, we received and have been researching your core request and have determined the university has no responsive records. They have no analysis. They're coming up with 129 acres. You should look at that as a very high number used for negotiations and not a fixed variable, or whatever the heck that means. CU was responsible for gutting the original reclamation plan. It says in all of its frequently asked questions that it was the mining operator, but here's a letter from Richard Benny, the chancellor, to the Mine Land Reclamation Board, saying that they had been working with Western Mobile on reconfiguring the reclamation plan, and without the university's lobbying for that change, the Mine Land Reclamation Board never would have against the city and the county, which were opposed to the changes to the reclamation. As a result of CU's actions, the land, which should have had large ponds and riparian areas that could have absorbed floods, was channeled around by a berm that CU put up to protect its property and flooded neighboring properties. Yeah, this is the original reclamation plan. Had all kinds of ponds. This is what CU did to it. They created a bathtub. They created the topography where their land is needed for flood detention. So we've been working for 20 years. Back in 2000, Taggart did a study. We've come up with variant 1. We've spent millions of dollars. It's not, and they've looked at upstream options, including a large dam on the other side of upstream on 93. So it's time to get moving with all due dispatch on variant 1. And one more thing, I recommend you do a critical path method schedule and put in the time necessary to obtain all the permits. It's going to take years, and you do not have to wait to get 60% of the engineering done to start that permitting process. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. All right, so.
I'll leave this here.
Leah, that's it? Nobody else has signed up? Okay, so with that, we close the public hearing on this and turn to our deliberations to craft our feedback to City Council. let me, okay. So I had circulated, which is, I'm sure you all have, and is also available on the website, a series of 10 questions that I thought would be useful for structuring our feedback, so we don't have to try to craft one sort of long statement. They're just thoughts. People are obviously free to add questions, modify these, delete them if we conclude ultimately the question isn't very helpful. But I thought it would be useful for us to move along and just proceed to answer these questions. My suggestion is that we, work on our answers, not make each question a standalone motion, but rather, once we've crafted this, that we think it fairly characterizes our answers, and to the extent we disagree, we'll capture the divergence of our views on a given question, to then vote on once on, okay, this is our statement. So that'll cut down a little bit on the making of motions, and we can sort of focus on the substance of this. Obviously, there's quite a bit here, but I think with, our good efforts by everybody, we, can sort of cut to the chase on a fair number of these, and some of these are obviously going to require a somewhat deeper dive. So unless there are any preliminaries that anyone feels the need to discuss, the proposal is, Leah already has the questions up there, to just go ahead and discuss our proposed answer. And we'll just sort of have to see how that process works and make adjustments as we go if it seems there might be a more efficient way of doing that. I suppose folks at home can't see that screen and may not have copies of the questions, so the first one is, what is OSBT's view on whether the revised variant 1, in which the flood wall would substantially or entirely be constructed outside CDOT's right-of-way, would require a disposal? And Leah, I'll start this one. Can you put up my proposed response? And I propose to respond to this, yes, because flood control to protect development in a floodplain is not an open space charter purpose, among other reasons, this would require a disposal. If council has a different view, we would request the opportunity to discuss the matter as it raises important questions regarding the board's charter responsibilities. So I propose to give just a very simple and direct answer. I wasn't proposing to do a deep dive on all of the arguments pro and con, but make that one sort of a kind of a bottom line view, which frankly I don't think will come as a surprise to anyone. But
to clarify, or to just augment, answering this question does not address the question whether it's a good idea.
Oh, no, I just meant...
And just to make that clear to everyone.
Yeah. Just to say, if we went down this path, that's an if, it would require that we do so via the disposal mechanism. I guess one question we ought to decide is where we want to note for council when Hal has spoken to some of these.
Yeah.
I think if we're unanimous on this, then I don't know that we need to identify the views of individual trustees. If we, on some questions, have divergent views, it may be worthwhile to specifically call out how Hal would have answered that question. But
we certainly can submit this.
Oh, and along with, I just thought it might be useful to work in his statement sort of where it specifically.
I'd be a little nervous trying to take pieces.
Well, maybe you're right.
So my inclination, subject to change, would be to just submit them side by side.
Okay. So maybe we just do a nod. Does everybody agree with that proposed answer to the first question? Or?
Yes, but let's finish this and then I'll proceed with and.
My answer was shorter, it was yes.
Competing for brevity.
Mine was yes, but. So as long as we have a discussion on what constitutes a revised variant 1. So I think your response to Kurt's question about this doesn't preclude or in any way determine what that answer is. I think that the disposal question, should that be a decision by council, is one that we unanimously agree.
I think the point you're raising, interesting one, is we could write this more generally to say, and not to mention variant one, to say any construction of a dam or other flood control structure on open space would require a disposal. I mean, you could make it, and in case variant one
That would be my
disappears or something like
preference,
that. It's, I think,
That would be
a
my
worthwhile
preference.
point. Do you see value in keeping the variant one?
I'm not wedded to that. Just change the question to say, what is OSBT's view on whether a flood wall, which is substantially or entirely constructed outside CDOT's right-of-way, would require a disposal?
Or how about on open space land? Rather than saying outside of CDOT's right-of-way, but to say more positively, constructed on our property?
Well, a lot of it's on, I didn't want to get confused with the berm that's on CDOT, on CU's property.
But I think the general question of law, if you will, and I bow to the attorney, is that when you build something that's not for open space purposes on open space land, do we think that requires a disposal? Isn't that the question we're addressing, or
It's a
do
more
you view it
general.
differently?
Well, I think that's, I don't want to, kind of feel like we're already, I don't think there's any question about that is our view. So you're just trying to cover the possibility that someone views this too narrowly?
Well, it might not apply to variant X that we end up with. And so that's why I was, to make it more general.
We're already into a revised variant one.
Yeah.
Because, and that's the language that City Council is now using, because the flood wall is no
Right.
longer in the right-of-way.
Could everybody please talk into the mic?
Yeah, but why don't we just change the question to, what is OSBT's view on whether construction of a flood wall on open space? I mean, there are other aspects to this, but I think that will suffice for this purpose.
Okay.
Could we say construction of a flood wall or other flood mitigation structures?
Sure. Construction of a flood wall or other flood mitigation structures on open space would require a disposal, and then just get rid of.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's great.
And I think your answer still works.
Yep, okay. So we're, okay, then on to,
Here's where I'd like to make a comment. Before we go on to two. At our last meeting, Dan suggested the sentence stem, here's what we would need if we are to act on disposal. And for me, that's a very constructive next step after number one. And I'd like to suggest that we use that as a number two first before we go on to the rest of the details listed in your document.
so you're saying what information do we think we would need to ultimately decide the disposal question?
To consider a disposal motion, we would first need
And I would agree we need that list here. I do see some value in Tom's question 2 being a threshold question that precedes that, because if our answer to 2 is no, we don't need any information. You're saying,
Right.
regardless of what you bring us and show us about your project and mitigation, we're not ever going to consider disposal.
Right, that's actually, I mean, I'm happy to make yours, I'm not wedded to the sequence, but I think it maybe is more a question 4 than, to find out if there are people who feel like, and I wouldn't approve this, people who feel that they would not approve a disposal of this land for this purpose regardless of other information, then, I think it's worth having that said. If nobody feels that way and it's all contingent on development of further information, then that's worth getting out. Because I think what you're describing is sort of what would be the next steps if people are open to the possibility of making a disposal. Well, okay, well, what information do you need to then actually make that decision? And if someone's not open to that possibility, then I think that sort of answers the question.
Isn't that what number 1 did?
No. 1 is just we would use the disposal mechanism. 2 is,
it's required.
Are you open to actually making a disposal? Or,
I mean, some people have argued here tonight that under no circumstances should you ever do X. And I guess that's the question we're putting to ourselves, is that the view of the board? Or would we consider disposal under a long list of conditions, which you...
right, then we begin to articulate what are the conditions that would have to exist, sorry, Ruth, in order to actually make the disposal.
So here's the concern that I have. I think we've clarified our position on disposal in number 1. In number 2, we could say, yes, this precludes it, but we're not the final decision maker.
Yes, we are.
Well, no, the final decision maker is council on the project, and if council decides that this project needs to go forward with structures on open space, then it comes back to us to say, okay, you know, are we going to then further consider it? But right now, what it says, we do not support disposal, but council, you know, they can say we're going to approve this project, which is going to be on open space. Then it comes back to us to say, okay, you know, are we going to actually not approve disposal? And should we reconsider that and say, okay, since the council has made the decision, then we've got to reconsider the disposal question?
To have a disposal, you have to have the approval of 3 members of this board.
Right.
I mean, council has its own role, but our role is if you don't get support of 3 members of this board, you can't have a disposal. So that's an unambiguous authority that we have. And what I think it's critical for us to be willing to say is, well, do we have a view today on whether or not we would be willing to exercise our authority to support a disposal? And then we can list the circumstances under which the answer is yes, or if the answer is no, the answer is no. But we have our own responsibility and our own authority, which isn't contingent upon how council would, you know, we certainly are informed and, you know, by how this is going to continue to play out, but we have our own responsibility. And, you know, I think it is correct to say that if at some point in the future we were to say, now we're not going to make the disposal, and the reason we're not going to make it is for reasons that are utterly apparent today, I think we need to say that. Or I think we would be justifiably criticized that an awful lot of time and money was spent pursuing something when we knew, hypothetically, that we were unwilling to support it. Or if we're willing to support it, we need to say that. So people know, all right, the Open Space Board has identified the circumstances under which they could support a disposal, and now the negotiators, the people who are putting this together, have sort of a target to shoot at. They say, okay, to get the Open Space Board on board, you need to accomplish the following. I think that's the feedback we need to give people, you know, much like CU has laid out its position, you know, fairly emphatically. Said, okay, they're a landowner, here's their position, well, we're a landowner too, and, you know, I think we need to say what our position is. So that's my feeling of why we need to answer question 2 as best we can, speaking for ourselves, and, you know.
And question 2, if I understand, answering question 2 is not taking a position on the project or any particular mitigation plan or anything else. It's just saying we are not unalterably opposed to any disposal no matter what the conditions are. Because as you're saying, if that's our position, philosophically, there's no point doing 3 more years of study and developing mitigation plans, bringing them back to us. Because we're saying today, it doesn't matter what you bring to us, we cannot dispose.
There's another recourse, though, Tom, and council has that, and it can go to a vote of the electorate on the decision, and that's what I'm saying, is that council...
Only if we approve the disposal. The members of the public can overrule us, not the other way around. If we kill it, I don't believe that the public can then insist upon it.
You'd think it would have been written that way.
But it's not. It's a one, you need approval of the board, then council, and then if the petitions are submitted within 60 days, then you would also, then you'd have a third, you'd also need approval of the public. But the public can't reverse us if we refuse.
My concerns about number 2 have to do with the words in it. It's talking about principles of open space management. And I'm not sure what that refers to. If it said the charter, I understand clearly what that's talking about.
I agree, that might be better.
I was trying to be broader than the charter because I'm not, but I'm happy to change that to charter because I think all of the big principles.
Can you think of a principle that would be outside the charter that might apply? Did you have?
Well, there are things like money that that aren't in the charter that arguably would play a role here.
That seems fungible, though.
But you could certainly, if you want to say the open space charter, I'm happy. If that makes it easier to answer.
That's what controls our.
So if you wanted to change it to say, does OSBT believe that the open space charter would
preclude? Yeah.
You can just say, just say the open space charter.
But the charter has a mechanism for disposal.
But it also
That's what we've
describes
set up in number 1.
Yes, it does. The disposal is embedded within the charter, but the broader vision of the open space purposes and, you know, how we need to protect our land are also in the charter. It sort of gives us our, you know, the underlying mandate that we would use in deciding whether or not to make a disposal. Well, I'll say, well, I'm going to move this along. So I would.
Then I come back to the words about revised variant 1.
Wouldn't it maybe replace that with the same language?
Yeah, if you mean that narrowly by the current revised variant 1 that's on the table, then I have concerns about number 2.
Yeah, now that you've mentioned that, I agree. I think we don't want to be saying approving the variant. It's making the disposal is the question here. And do we feel the charter would preclude us from making the disposal?
That's fine. I was trying to just get at, you know, would we support this regardless of the mechanism? But if we want to just say, does OSBT believe that the open space charter would preclude it from making a disposal?
Right. I think that is a more general but still correct statement.
And then the question is all the other variables that
From making a disposal to, I guess the question is, are we going to keep repeating the same phrase over and over again?
You mean construction of a flood wall or other mitigation structures? Is that what you're thinking about? Yeah.
Can we just, in question number 1, after the word open space, put paren, quote, we put the proposal?
That's nice.
Okay, just something, we can always change the phrase, but I don't want to keep retyping it. So the question 2 would then be, does OSBT believe that the open space charter preclude it from making a disposal for, quote, the proposal? Unquote. That, and
It's a good place.
if we decide we want to go back to question 1 someday and play with the phrasing, we won't have to then. Well, I will say, I would answer that question no.
And I would too. I mean, it seems to me to say yes, you have to say there is no amount of benefit that could be created through the mitigation plan that we would simply not consider any mitigation for the project, period. That's how I interpret it.
Right, I'm saying, I agree that if the right mitigation package could be crafted and meet other objectives that I think would probably be developed later in our answer, I would be open to making the disposal. There's a lot of ifs built into that, but I don't rule out making the disposal.
And I would like to hold my answer to this question till after we deal with what I think is the next question. Because to me, it comes first.
And you're going to list out a lot of steps, and I'm sorry.
Which is,
You're going
to consider a disposal motion, we would first need, colon.
A, B, C, through Z. But doesn't just saying that answer the question?
It may, depending on what we agree is listed in that list.
I'm willing to come back to this and see what,
Okay.
You have a,
I agree. I think we ought to continue and then come back.
Okay?
Tom, can I make a friendly amendment? I'm having trouble with, does OSBT believe that the open space charter would preclude it? Again, the open space charter provides you with the ability to make a disposal. And I just feel like that would be troubling, and I'm wondering if you could consider something. Do you believe that the responsibilities of the OSBT or something that's a little bit broader? Because the open space charter clearly presents you with the option for disposal. And so I find it personally confusing. And
Okay, well, I think that's probably a fair, you want to say, that's what I was trying to get with my original version of principles of open space management.
It's the responsibilities of the OSBT or something that's a little bit broader, because the charter itself provides.
So can we just say, does OSBT believe that its responsibilities preclude it?
I personally find that less confusing when the charter obviously gives you the ability for disposal.
I want to go to 3.
All right, well, we'll flag that for Kurt when he gets back. All right, so that takes us to 3A.
I want to go to.
You want to do your.
To 2B or substitute 3 or whatever number, to the question of.
That's fine. If you want to propose a new question 3.
Which has a sentence stem that begins, to consider a disposal motion, we would first need, colon.
Or what information would OSBT need to first consider a disposal motion?
Okay, for OSBT to consider a disposal motion.
No, this will be a new question 3. So for OSBD to consider a disposal motion, what information would it need?
I have 4 items to suggest, and I don't know whether you want.
Why don't you just read them first and we can.
Well,
Leah has a copy of them, and I don't know whether you want to place them in there,
now
Leah.
the question is for OSBD to consider disposal motion, what information would it need?
Right. The reason for my putting A in there is I went back and I watched the July 16th council meeting once again. And several times, council asked OSBT for feedback and encouraged us to let them know if there's a better alternative or if there's a better way forward. And I think we can't answer that unless we do a serious side-by-side analysis and comparison of the benefits and costs of what council is calling the revised variant A and what last September was called variant 1 dual storage option, which is was on the slides that I showed at our August meeting, which would include capturing enough upstream flow to eliminate the need for a flood wall to bedrock on OSMP land. And place minimally invasive structures to guide the flood flows between where Dry Creek Ditch 2 comes off of the South Boulder Creek on the west side of 93 and the 3 reclaimed gravel pits south of CU South. And I'm not talking about doing something totally new. I'm talking about using HDR's sophisticated flood models that the city already has. To create a side-by-side comparison for us to use in looking at those options.
So this addresses Tom's question 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same thing here.
But to me, that needs to come up front, not as the last question.
I'll just say I propose a very similar thing under question 8. So I agree in concept that maybe more detail than we need to give, but.
What I wanted to do is avoid all the kinds of comments that we've had in the past of, oh, that was done in CH2M Hill, and I've reread CH2M Hill, and I don't find it in CH2M Hill.
Yeah, we're concerned that, or some of us are concerned that that particular option was summarily dismissed early on without sufficient analysis. And I think the concern that some of us have is that with the focus on construction of a flood wall to provide the flood mitigation capacity, that we're precluding what we think should be a thorough evaluation of whether, in fact, there are other upstream options. And in fact, the council in its deliberations in July, said that they wanted to make sure that we evaluated all viable options and did that in a creative manner. And I think, we're kind of steamrolling ahead on variant one, and we should be sure that that's the only proposal that makes any sense before we agree to subsequent decisions on disposal or anything else.
And I agree completely. If we hadn't moved the flood wall off of the CDOT property onto our property, I might have said, I'm just not sure there's enough chance to do what we want to do upstream, so let's continue. But given that we now have this thing plopped in the middle of critical habitat, I think it's the only responsible thing to do is what you're describing, both of you, to look more creatively and in more detail upstream. If nothing else, because there are a lot of people that feel that's the right way to go.
That's true, too.
And, at some point, the analysis has to determine our decision. But I agree with you that the examinations have been fairly cursory. And we've seen various alignments of here's a bathtub, but no analysis of how you get the water into the bathtub and what impact it might have on open space.
And looking far enough on the map upstream, which is why I've put in the detail, to make sure upstream means all the way from the vicinity of Dry Creek Ditch 2 coming off South Boulder Creek on the west side of 93.
Yeah, I think
Because when you look at those, I don't know if you have the PowerPoint slides that I used last time, but if you'd advance to slide 4, that's really the crux of this question. That one.
There.
I can't look at that map without saying, there's a lot of water that doesn't naturally stay in the South Boulder Creek floodway. Path, the creek path. The creek, what is it called? Bed, thank you.
Channel. The
creek bed. And you can clearly see there that without the CU berm, CU South berm, there's got to be a place for all that water to flow. And it looks to me like it's going directly towards the old gravel pit. But because of the berm, it ends up going around and then adding to everything that creates the flood.
Could I ask, Leah, can you show the rest of the proposed answer? Because I think there are a couple subparts that we haven't seen.
I mean, on this page or on?
Yeah.
Your proposal.
Yeah, before we leave A though, I think the intent for the detail was to be clear on kind of
How far back to go?
right, where the focus for, a further evaluation should be.
Yeah, and by the way, 3 is still worded the old way. It's a question. It should be, yes, what information would OSBT need? Just change we to OSBT.
If it would be informative, we have a 1995 OSBT policy on when you guys would be willing to accept an easement, which is a broader way of saying disposals, and it's a 3-page document of the process and the questions that you would ask of a requester coming to you for something like a permanent easement or something like that. And some of the questions such as what are the alternatives you explore are all sort of questions that are supposed to be part of that application. And so I might want to just provide you all with a copy of that after this meeting so you have some of the sense of what would normally be requested from a requester.
Okay, appreciate that. Can we go back to now see what C and D were? If we're going to.
Yeah, we've only talked about A.
Yeah, B.
So
we
B,
better talk
B
about
has
B
to do with underground flow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, just so it's a little bit easier to read? Thanks.
So for those at home, B says the engineering plans and modeling analyses to show that the historic underground flow will be maintained in the OSMP state natural area, especially in the 90 acres near Highway 36, in wet, dry, and flood years, including the maintenance and operation of any structures proposed for doing this in perpetuity. Okay, then C.
And some language like that is in our July 2018.
What I tried to do is mimic the July
Okay.
mitigation steps.
And so, Brandon, I think B, you address that in your timeline.
Yes.
Yep.
And I agree. I think that is part of the 2018 July recommendations. There's a very extensive section on groundwater, maintaining groundwater conditions.
And C, which I find C uncontroversial to me, says explanation of how the proposed flood mitigation structures will be designed and constructed to minimize impacts to OSMP lands and critical habitat. I would think there's no question that we wouldn't support a disposal motion until we, I think that information is anticipated to be part of the package. All right, identify.
So D is actually refers to what Tom was saying early on in the conversation about, the regulatory aspect of the project. And this is trying to say, I think, that there should be some preliminary conversations or meetings or,
And what did we call that? There's another verbiage.
Well, consultation is the kind of more formal word.
Yeah, but Brandon used a different terminology.
Conference or whatever.
Yeah, I typically call them
Conference.
pre-application meetings.
Pre-project conference,
Yeah.
So that was, I think this is intended to say, look, we should get some idea about the regulatory response to a proposed project prior to the decision on whether to dispose, if there's a disposal decision to be made.
And I would take it even further. I would say there's really no point us moving on disposal until the regulatory agencies have given approval to the project. Arguing a disposal doesn't advance the project any. What advances the project is getting the regulatory approval. Now, hopefully, we can find a way to be involved with those regulatory agencies formulating a comprehensive mitigation plan. And I think if we were doing that and we like the plan and the regulatory agencies like the plan, I think it would be highly likely that we would then do a disposal.
So how do we word D to reflect what you just said, Kurt?
Well, I've got a whole list of things, but
Well, I got to say, it feels like, and maybe this is where we are, but it feels like we've moved pretty far from the position we articulated a year ago. A year ago, we said we could vote on the disposal when the project was, I don't know if you used the word 30%, but it was basically at that preliminary design phase. Now we're saying that it has to have full-blown regulatory approval. I mean, to me, that's moving the disposal process much, much further down the track. And I don't know if there's a concern here that the regulators will say, well, wait a minute, you're asking us to go through the whole regulatory review before you've got your own internal approvals? Now, maybe they don't care.
I don't think they would have a reason to ask that question. I mean, I think that's outside of their jurisdiction.
So Don, does D capture what you or the department considers to be an appropriate interaction with the regulatory agencies?
Yeah, for the most part, I think. I mean, Heather can speak to this maybe a little better than I can, but the regulators, the federal regulatory agencies anyway, want to evaluate a project. I'm sure they would be more than willing to entertain, a meeting to just kind of get the conversation going, but they're not going to be providing us with information about how to minimize impacts of some vague kind of idea about flood structures in critical habitat. Heather, do you want to speak to that a little more?
Yeah, I think Don's exactly right. I think there might be initial conversations with them that would give us some indications of things, but they're not going to sign off on something until they have, pretty substantial designs that have very specific impacts associated with them. And with it being Preble's critical habitat and the need for an Army Corps permit, it would be a federal nexus. So the Army Corps would actually take the lead on that consultation with Fish and Wildlife with our assistance and our information to help inform the process. So there would be several steps that would have to happen before we would get any final regulatory anything, really.
Yeah, I don't think D is meant to be final. I think D is meant to be kind of step one. Here basically are, the project outline. Here's what we're thinking the project's going to be. Here's some proposed mitigation for what we anticipate will be impacts. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think we don't have any certainty around what type of an answer we would get to a question like that. What level of certainty of feedback the regulators would or would not give us.
I think we can identify some mitigation, like we've started to do.
Right.
Identify some mitigation options, and also come up with ways of avoiding or minimizing those without Fish and Wildlife or the Corps involved in those conversations. And those are things that we've already started to talk about. So to the extent that you could involve them and say, hey, here's what we're thinking, they would likely say, sure, that sounds great. Come back to us when you have a plan.
Have all the details.
Right. And then we'll consider your project.
Yeah, and for instance, when we were working with CDOT on the US 36 expansion and the mitigation for Preble spiranthes and wetlands did occur on what then became open space property. There was a lot of back and forth conversation after the actual impacts were determined on the Preble's piece of it, because the mitigation ended up only including a piece of the mitigation could happen within the critical habitat buffer. Mm-hmm. And so the actual final quantity of acres that they required, what ratio they were going to require, was something that really wasn't determined until way down the road of even designs at Granite, when they could see how many acres could be within the critical habitat buffer, how many acres would not be but could be enhancement, and that type of thing. So that was not only CDOT had pretty final designs and the impact had been evaluated, but the mitigation project itself had to be pretty far down the lines of that design before those final ratios were determined.
So I'd say I can support your D, which I understand to be calling for, we wouldn't do the disposal until we've at least been informed by conversations of sort of undetermined depth of how far those conversations go. I would say to Kurt's proposal, saying that we wouldn't do the disposal until there's full federal approval has implications of things that I'm not sure I feel fully informed about, what that looks like. And you're probably talking several years down the road, so I'm not sure at this point, we're at least calling for initial consultation. I'm not sure how much further we need to move that piece of it.
My concern is,
at this stage,
and I think Heather alluded to this, is that you may get nothing from the agencies on an informal basis. So we're being asked, is the mitigation plan sufficient to offset the impacts to open space resources and to 2 listed species in critical habitat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? One of the key indicators for me about whether that is sufficient is whether the service and the Corps will buy off on it.
Right.
And we will never get a plan that's fully fleshed out until the Corps and the service are ready to sign off on it. And so my view is any prior decision to that for disposal actually is committing a future board under maybe different conditions to support that disposal. And so I know it seems like when I look at Brendan's timelines, it seems like, well, that's way down the road. Well, yes, approval of the project is way down the road, and that's what the city needs to focus on, is getting approval from those agencies. They're the ones that are going to determine whether mitigation is sufficient. And I want to know what their evaluation of the mitigation plan is before I say, oh, yeah, you've had really serious impacts on endangered species. I'm not sure I'm in a position to judge the sufficiency. And if we said yes and they say no, we haven't done any good to the project's plan of implementation. That's the conundrum I'm trying to deal with.
Yeah, I guess.
Right, but there's also the reverse, which is and maybe this is just the nature of this, is that if we went through that whole process, all those years and all that money, and then said, well, we still don't want to do it, I think you have the exact, it's just the flip side of that same problem of someone has to go first.
And that's why I tried to answer your question saying, if we participate in formulating the mitigation plan and we, meaning the board and open space, approve it, and the city approves it as the proponent, and the regulatory agencies approve it, I would be willing to say it's a virtual certainty that the board will approve a disposal. And that's about all the certainty you can give until you know the project details. So I'm willing to commit to that, to say, if we're involved, we approve it, the Corps approves it, the Fish and Wildlife Service approves it, we'll dispose of it. That would be my answer to council.
So you would change D to just say,
Yeah, I mean,
obtaining required regulatory approvals from the federal government.
Yeah. So my first item is your item about the upstream option. B is like your item, the engineering analysis to reduce impacts as much as possible. C is a decision to reach on which version to proceed with. It seems kind of important. D is to work with all the regulatory agencies, OSMP staff, city staff, to develop an integrated mitigation plan which provides clear net benefits for the species and open space. That benefits for the species, that's required under the Endangered Species Act. And then city council has approved the mitigation plan as part of their project, their proposal, and then the regulatory agencies have approved the project. Those are all things that have to happen before you can turn dirt.
Right, but we don't, I'm just wondering whether we could be here all night. How much we have to lay out for council at this point in terms of our feedback? If we're saying, well, we're not going to do the disposal until the regulatory approvals have been attained, we don't need to list each and every step that would be required to obtain those regulatory approvals.
I agree.
The
You had
latter.
a question about what should next steps be, and so.
Oh, no, I understand. I'm just trying to get.
But you're right. You don't have to list that out.
So the question is what we're doing
What were you
on.
going to say, Dave? You looked like you were about to say something.
Well, there are then, if these are accomplished, there's a then,
Implied.
kind of, okay, then there are further actions or steps to take. And that's what I think some of those, should we continue on this list, will address what you.
Well, but what do you, tell me your view on D, including the verbiage that we've been discussing about having regulatory approval from Fish and Wildlife Service and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Well, I think that what Heather and Don have been saying is that approval, that final or official or formal approval won't happen until the end. And, basically that's when the permit is issued, once you have the formal approval. And so from my perspective, what D is trying to do is to get a sense of, okay, here's kind of what we're proposing as a project. Here's what we think are, potential impacts. Here's, some mitigation aspects that we think will address those. And then it's a what do you think to the agencies.
And should a board decision on disposal come at this point or after regulatory approval, in your mind?
Well, my perspective on this was always that then the board would consider disposal. It was never that it would make a disposal decision based on this. It would be whether, okay, we're ready to consider, a disposal proposal or a disposal.
But not vote on it.
But not, yeah. But we would need this information in order to say, yeah, we will, consider it.
So we've got, Kurt, I think you were the one who had considered stronger language in D about whether to actually get the regulatory approvals. This is more of a consultation.
But I like those steps, and I have the same steps. You want to get as much informal input as you can, and I would keep that. But then you've got to get, before you can give a final disposal, you've got to get regulatory approval. Because you're not going to learn whether you're getting
Okay, so if you go back up to A at the top, for OSBT to consider a disposal motion, we would first need.
So, yeah, so we would consider.
Okay.
Okay? But if you scroll down, then there are some other steps that would then constitute the basis for a decision. And those are some of the steps that you're talking about, Kurt.
Yeah. One of your questions, Tom, I'm sorry, one of your questions was what would it take for us to support variant 1? And for me, it's regulatory approval of a plan that we all put together.
Okay, so what you're proposing is quite different from D. D is currently consultation. You're proposing approval.
Right. Well, we're talking little apples and oranges. Part of it is what do we think is good practice to go through versus what would it take for us to say yes to a disposal? And for me, the yes comes after a plan that we've all put together is approved by the agencies.
Well, then it seems to me we need to revise D if that's.
Well, partly it's the difference between laying out a process that we think is going to be needed versus
the other way.
Saying our bottom line, which is we put together a mitigation plan that the agencies support.
Why don't we
see? Here's what I'm talking about. So this then is okay. Once we've kind of got the sense, then here are some things that have to subsequently happen.
That's right.
So we enter into formal consultation,
But this says before construction can begin, and my question is, does it need to say before a vote on disposal can occur?
So are you proposing to add this to Karen's 4-item list of things that we need? Because some of these are already subsumed, I would think.
Yeah, this is to give, I think, a little more clarity on the mitigation element of the project.
Right, but we're about to get, I just feel like that's explicitly question 3A. And I'm wondering, do we need to load up, that is question 3A, is what needs to be in the mitigation package.
Would it hurt to go through the rest of your questions and see how they would be answered given the things you're saying?
I think that's going to be a huge.
Well, it helps me stay organized because
I just feel like we're trying to load so much into the.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting unwieldy.
So tell me where we are on D.
I'm okay with taking A through D and making that the answer to new question 3, and then moving back to the original set of questions and seeing if we can't answer them.
Could I just ask for a clarification on D? A lot of what Don presented regarding mitigation is not necessarily regulatory mitigation, probably the vast majority of it. So I just wanted to clarify, is D focusing solely on the regulatory mitigation piece of it? And then does the other piece come in someplace else? Or how do you see that all fit?
This is why I would like a roadmap to the consultation process, because there's so many pieces to it that if we don't have a plan soon that integrates those pieces, we could end up with a 404 mitigation plan and an ESA mitigation plan and an open space mitigation plan. And I think it's pretty hard for us to understand it. I know it'll be hard for council to understand it. And I think the public will also be helped by putting something like that together as best we know it. And maybe we need to have the pre-project meeting with the regulatory agencies to say, okay, what's your role in this? What's your role in this? To lay that out.
Right, and I'm also hearing about the alternatives, so it's hard to have those pre-project meetings until we have a project to move forward with. And I think council's direction was this variant 1 500-year concept, so that's kind of what we're proposing now. So I think if you feel like there's more information you need to see on alternatives, I think that's a fine recommendation, but currently we are trying to pursue the variant 1 500-year with some alternatives.
That's why I think this needs to be in our recommendation, because I want to get a clear sense from the board whether.
Yeah, because we heard council say, in addition to, okay, keep going on revised variant 1, that also let's make sure that there are
if there's a better way forward.
Other viable alternatives, and we got to think creatively about how we're going to do these projects. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to confirm, okay, variant 1, revised variant 1 is really, the only thing that's going to get us where we need to go, or there may be another option that we ought to consider further.
And Dave, I'm not disagreeing with the value of providing feedback to council, saying you should continue to explore, but those comments on the July 16th, I think, were individual council members expressing and asking those questions. I think the formal sort of head nod or formal votes of council was the variant 1 500, and also to look at the option of going from 500 to 100. I think individual council members throughout the summer have expressed questions and asked directly to Open Space. Do you guys have any other ideas? But I don't think that ever took form of a formal vote of anything. I think it's fine to put this in feedback. I just want to provide that clarification that I think from the utility standpoint, they have the 500, variant 1 500, go ahead from council as sort of council's formal action, not individual council members' interactions. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Yes, there was certainly not a formal vote, that's for sure. I guess I saw kind of a head nod of several council members when that was expressed. The concern that I have is that if there's any way to avoid constructing a flood wall on open space, then it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we have thoroughly assessed that. And that would be my number one objective, would be not to construct a flood wall on open space. If there's any way that we can achieve, the goals of, mitigating potential floods without doing that, then I think that would be something that we would strive for.
And in my
recommendation, but council would have to ultimately decide whether to charge the staff to look at it.
That's right. My point of including A in the OSBT recommendation is to get a clear direction from council.
Right. And they could say, Dan, no, we told
Right, that's why I think it was important to provide that clarification that the mayor asking me those questions that night was the mayor's own personal question.
And I have talked to several council members who, in the last week, who said, yes, that's what we were saying to you. And so you're right, there was no formal vote on that, but I think it's worth sending this recommendation back to council to get clarity from council on our recommendations.
For utilities, for your project assessment.
All right, so can we, as chairman of this board, can you take that answer and put it in 3?
Thank you. paste it right in there.
Yeah, and the word in there is consider, and that's different from support. You have some other questions that say, what would it take to support variant one? So I want to make sure we don't get those confused.
Right. This is consider.
Yeah.
So this is the subparts of 3, this is now 3A, B, C, and D. Great.
Bingo.
Now, so back to 2. Now that we've, well, now that you have,
I would like to go through the rest of your questions, even if it's just quickly, because I think
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, go through all of these and propose answers?
Well, I think you're trying to get at a number of things that I'm afraid are going to get lost, but what's your...
My feeling is it's the opposite, is that we're trying to do too much up front, and that most of this is picked up, and at the end, if someone feels we've missed something, that's...
So are you still wanting to put forward feedback on each question to council?
Yes.
You are?
And maybe that some of them become
Can we
mooted.
keep going through 4, 5, 6?
Sure, as long as we come back to 2.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Yep,
no,
yep, yep.
absolutely.
All right, so what was, okay. So the key elements of mitigation plan, I'd propose to say the items in the July 11, 2018 OSBT motion, as well as the items identified in staff's memorandum, for this meeting.
This one.
Yeah. Yeah, the items identified on page 3 of,
And 4.
do they continue on?
Oh, no,
No,
2 and 3. Starts down here.
Well, they're all here. It's fine to say pages 2 and 3 of staff's memorandum for the September 11, 2019 board meeting. Thanks.
So my inclination is not to call out those individual things, because that's a shopping list, I think. And we don't know if that's enough, too much, or something different's going to be needed. So I would just frame the language a little differently. Incorporation of the open space July 2018 mitigation measures, which is what you said, plus additional measures to offset the new direct impacts of flood wall construction and operation on OSMP land and associated species. So basically, we're saying it's going to have to be enough to offset. You're saying what the goal is, not to name individual.
So you would not
things.
endorse the staff's?
Well, I don't know if those are possible, if it's going to take more than that. I'd rather say what the goal is that we can endorse, which is to offset all these new impacts that are being created.
Of
Flood wall construction.
Of flood structure
Or project construction, you could say.
I think, flood mitigation structures.
That would be fine.
And you could put in trans.
On OSMP land.
I.e. flood wall.
Yeah.
I like keeping it general. I think you're right. It makes it more useful.
That makes sense.
I just want to clarify for the audience, too, that the list of mitigation options have not been prioritized, have not been saying it has to be all or none, it has to be number 3, but not 5.
Exactly.
As Don alluded to, there's a lot more analysis of each one of those that would still need to take place, so.
Okay, so you're proposing to essentially say the items identified in
The July 11th
2018
memo.
2018 OSBT recommendation.
Yeah, mitigation measures or something like that. Good.
And
Plus additional measures to offset the new impacts of, however you wanted to say, the
Flood mitigation structures, of construction of any flood mitigation structures.
On open space.
Right.
Of new impacts of construction of any flood mitigation structures on open space.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right. Anybody?
That's fine.
All right, great.
Can I make just one quick editorial comment? Don, the concern I have, quite frankly, on the mitigation proposals right now is that they all seem to be restoration. And so I just want to be sure that we're going to go into this, it sounds like, without saying there's a one-for-one, mitigation. Replacement or whatever you call it officially, but because there isn't sufficient quality habitat anywhere else that we can either acquire, obtain, or use as part of mitigation. So we're talking principally restoration. Is that basically correct?
Yeah, basically. That's not an exhaustive list by any means.
No, I know.
But it's pretty, it wasn't just kind of 5 minutes off the top of our heads. It was, they were projects that, or ideas that we have had. A little background, when CDOT approached us during phase one, the phase one improvements that they were going to do, the additional lanes on US 36, they asked if there were some opportunities to do mitigation on open space. And so we kind of went from, and specifically in South Boulder Creek, or along South Boulder Creek, so we went from the confluence, the downstream confluence with Boulder Creek, all the way up through our property, even up above Highway 93. We came up with, again, it was kind of a laundry list, but they were looking at mitigating for all the impacts from Denver all the way to Boulder. And so they were looking for substantial piece of property that they could do mitigation on, and that's where we came up with Colorado Open Lands, the property at the confluence of Boulder Creek and South Boulder Creek. So, but we did look at other ideas, and some of those are included here, plus others that we hadn't considered at the time, because we, for instance, we didn't own Suits, Coleman, Opal, Granite, Oliver, and the whole issue of the CU South annexation wasn't an issue then, and there wasn't a flood mitigation project proposed on open space.
So basically, though, I think we want to be clear or foment the understanding that there aren't quality habitats elsewhere that can be acquired or used for mitigation. We are principally talking about trying to restore lands that we currently own.
Except for the one recommendation to acquire additional lands. I think it was acquire additional lands, including the OSO designated land on CU South. There are some private, I don't want to start naming properties, but there are some private lands in the South Boulder Creek floodplain that could potentially serve that purpose.
Okay.
Now, recognizing we don't want to give our final stamp of approval to things that have just been sort of tentatively, have been proposed and certainly haven't been thoroughly evaluated, do we want to say the board supports further consideration of the mitigation items in the staff memorandum of September 11? I mean, do you want to, or we don't have to, but I mean, it's.
I don't know that we need to yet. It seems to me that's a work in progress.
Okay.
And I would like to start the next item, which is 4B, with the statement that Dave just made. Something to the effect of loss of Spiranthes populations and habitat and cannot be replaced, or something to that effect, as a clear statement of what you just said.
And I would just suggest we put that under C, because that's where we're asked for feedback on the feasibility of this. And
B is, my suggestion on B is, some people have said it needs to be a net benefit, that's the metric, is other, is to offer an opinion on whether or not this has to have a net open space benefit or doesn't have a.
But I think the statement that we are going to lose Spiranthes populations is a precursor to that, because I don't think you can say you're having a net benefit when you're going to lose a population of a threatened species.
I get that. It seems to me there's just two different, one is the metric by which you are measuring things, and the other is your prediction on whether we will or will not succeed in meeting that metric.
And I would put that in C. I mean, I think C is our chance to communicate to council the gravity of this project and mitigation for it.
And you wouldn't put it in B because?
Well, in B, and I'll just echo sort of what Tom was saying, I would say, 1, for B now, clear net benefits for open space resources. And 2, Fish and Wildlife and Corps of Engineers approval of a project mitigation plan.
How are you defining clear net benefits, though? If a clear net benefit is loss of habitat for a threatened species?
Well, we do out-of-kind mitigation. Now, I'm not saying what the ratio should be or anything like that. I'm just saying if I had to describe what my goal was, it would be clear net benefits for open space resources and regulatory approval of the mitigation plan. Now, both of those agencies are going to have to struggle with that question about, can we mitigate for loss of spiranthes and prebbles with something that's not spiranthes and prebbles? Because that's probably what's going to happen here. I mean, I think we should be honest about it, that we're just not going to go poof, make some additional prebbles habitat.
So I think there should be 2 statements, one about loss, one about net benefit. And then this.
Because the term net benefit implies net benefit without loss. And unless you state the loss, the implication of net benefit is different, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Well, I want to separate these because it sounds like we are in disagreement, which is fine. So I would say, to keep this simple, under B, say, I don't know in what order, Kurt, Karen, and Dave would recommend a net open space benefit, a standard of net open space benefit.
Because the other standard is no net loss, and that's what we're trying to say, is that there's a loss.
Right, exactly.
No matter what, there's going to be a loss. And so then the benefit is somehow going to have to
offset that.
Right.
And go beyond.
Yeah, we may be talking past each other. What I would say is the project does not have to result in an open space being ecologically better off than it would have been without the project. I would not, if that's what people mean by net benefits, I don't agree with that. And I would say, I mean, we've done a very large number of disposals and never said open space has to come out better. I mean, sure, I love to get win-wins, but we do disposals all the time for transportation, for the one for fire safety, for XL electricity, for XL gas, for transportation. We do all kinds of these. And we've always asked the question, well, are we basically being compensated for the land that we're giving up? We didn't insist that we be overcompensated so that we're actually come out ahead on the deal. And I wouldn't impose that standard here. I mean, to me, so I would not support a standard that seems to imply that the mitigation benefits have to be greater than the ecological losses. I don't know why we have to come out ahead. I don't want us to take a...
You're right. It's compensation. It's not net benefit.
Well, maybe you ought to define what you mean, because I think when people have heard the phrase net benefit, they've assumed that what we mean is open space comes out net better off. All things considered, system-wide, we're better off with this than we would be without it. I think that's what people interpret net benefits to mean. And if that's not what you mean, then I'd encourage you to develop a phrase that captures what you do mean.
Maybe my memory is faulty.
It's not regulatory language.
I think we use the term net benefits for our July 2018
I think
memo.
it is aspirational, but it's not, to me, it's not, I mean,
it's not a criteria, a metric, or...
It's not a sine qua non of this for me.
So what you're looking for is break even.
It is. Thereabouts. I mean, it's always...
One of the reasons I would use net benefits is because that's in Fish and Wildlife Service policy.
That's right, but it's regulatory language. It's not public language.
So to answer, I don't know whether you asked a question, but to respond to your comment, yeah, for me, we should be ahead because of the magnitude of the potential loss. And so there's no way that loss can be compensated. So the only other way we can kind of compensate for that is to restore more wetlands, or restore more habitat for listed species, or whatever it is. But we shouldn't take an overall loss, which would complicate or contribute to the loss that we're already taking. So for me, it would be, yeah, we should be ahead coming out of this discussion.
Well, so I think we ought to find out, I mean, is that where Karen and Kurt are? And
I think partly we used that before in July of 2018 because the mitigation for the groundwater impacts was uncertain. And so I think we were saying, to convince the public this is a good thing to do, given there are uncertainties and some unknowable things about the mitigation, we should be aiming to have what people would perceive as a net gain for open space. And partly that's just a risk premium that we're asking for because we can't know the risks for certain. So that's why I would use the term, but I'm open to negotiation on that. We do have a separate measure, which is the regulatory approvals, because those things will be focused on the species only. And you're right, they won't get to public access and, all those other things.
Putting more water in for the fish.
Yeah, exactly. So,
as Karen said, I would, for now, say Tom would not require that open space be net, that open space be net better off as a result of
the mitigation plan or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, do I get to add the regulatory approval? Because that's one of the metrics for me. And so I would add, item 2 is Fish and Wildlife and Corps approval of the project mitigation plan.
Okay, so under B, let's make this B1, is this, so under B, now, after the question mark, just put a carriage return and a 1. Okay, that's fine. And then 2 is the topic Kurt's about to raise.
Right. Approval of the mitigation plan by Fish and Wildlife Service. You can just say FWS now, and USACE.
May I ask a question on that? So at this point, being 2 or 3 years out and a lot more thought of when the right timing for disposal action ought to take place, and a lot of more consternation and discussion of when that appropriate time is. In this regard, that's sort of setting that timeline right here and now is when that action ought to take place at almost the very tail end of the project. That's where your recommendation is coming in, is that right?
And again, the reason is that this is going to be a very difficult judgment for your staff, for us, for whoever. We've all been talking about this squirrely out-of-kind mitigation for endangered species impacts. And so I'm looking for a signal from the people who are the regulatory experts about the quality of the mitigation plan. That's really important if I was going to vote on this. And that's not going to happen until, I wish we could make it happen today, but they're going to say, are you kidding? Go back and figure out what your project is. And when you have all the details worked out, bring them back to us and then we'll.
Obviously, this is not a piece that would go into the initial formulation of the plan. It by definition doesn't, but, so we're giving feedback on some things that would go into the initial formulation of the plan, and then some that would go into, it's really almost the disposal motion at a much later stage. But
And Kurt, I believe you have said that the approval of, the regulatory approval of the mitigation plan will only focus on the species, not on the habitat.
Well,
Is that,
The service is going to focus on the species conservation, their population long-term. That's what they're going to
Yep.
focus on. The Corps is going to focus on a bunch of Clean Water Act, wetlands stuff, which,
404 stuff?
and then, so I don't want to speak to what they're going to look at.
I don't know that we need to give council feedback on,
No, but what I'm trying to get straight in my head is where and when the emphasis on habitat that we may have as a board comes in, and you're saying it's very different than B2.
I think that's the final outcome. I would hope that we could have early discussions and conversations between the regulatory agencies and the city
Right.
staff and everything to help shape the plan. This is its final approval stage.
But it may not have anything to do with the overall habitat.
I think that's one, and I think that's more on us,
okay.
looking at all
That's
the
what I
open space
thought.
resources. And Tom's right. We may consider things that aren't ecological. We might. I don't know.
okay. So are people okay with moving on to C? I think is where some of your comments came in about, feedback at this time on whether the mitigation plan is, we don't need to make a final prediction, obviously, but if we are striking a note of caution, we could offer that if we're more optimistic. Does anyone want to propose to get us started? So,
Well, I don't have any specific language to propose right now, but I'm going to ask Don another question that we talked about when we were out in the field. The Open Space Department has some experience in, restoration of wetlands and listed species. And I think it's worth letting council know that just because we do mitigation doesn't mean that it's going to be successful.
Right.
I would say, well, we could say, for 20 to 50 years or within 2 generations or something, but to expect that there will be a successful outcome of any kind of mitigation plan in like the next 5 years, I think is overly optimistic, unless you tell me differently.
I think you're correct, and I think you could point to the Granite project as evidence of that.
So 20 to 50 years would be a time frame that, one would expect that, the mitigation could be successful.
Yeah, you could speculate. It's going to take a long time, decades, but I'm not sure. I don't know if Lynn or Heather would have any input on that, but yeah, I think you could expect that with ongoing efforts to make improvements to your project in the coming years, the probability of success would go up. I'm not sure if you would ever, it's just total speculation. So half a century, a lot better odds of achieving that after 20, 30, 40, 50 years than after 5 years. And we see that with fairly simple and straightforward wetland mitigation too. It takes a certain amount of time for everything to kind of come together. You can, in the first year after you do your project, you can expect to see, recruitment of certain species of plants that indicate an upward trajectory towards success. But that line ends at 5 to 10 years for a lot of the work that we do, and it's mostly wetland mitigation, I guess, that I'm referring to. There isn't really a lot of experience, or we're not aware of any successful projects to mitigate for spiranthes where it demonstrates that you've lost individuals of that species and you've created conditions that allowed them to grow elsewhere.
why don't we just,
I like that sentence, though.
Why don't we say that, to say...
We're not aware of.
The board has significant concerns about the ability to mitigate for Spiranthes in particular, and I think we ought to say, but a number of the elements of the overall mitigation package are, are promising or something, because obviously we wouldn't be asking CU to give us all this property if we didn't think we could do anything useful with it.
But there is an important disjuncture here. We weren't directly affecting habitat last July when we proposed, restoring the CU South property.
That's right.
That was more to offset inundation impacts and potential groundwater impacts. Now the regulatory agencies are going to ask you to replace this stuff you're losing. And I do think we should say, we're not aware of places where we've been able to do that. And so
why don't we craft... Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I think we ought to have language that calls out that dimension of it and not get it confused with the broader mitigation package, because this is, you're really isolating a particular component of it.
That's true. This is the ESA. So I wrote in-kind mitigation for loss of this type of wet meadow habitat has proven to be extremely difficult and may not be possible. Sufficiency of out-of-kind mitigation is a complex judgment that will require input from both the city, OSMP staff, and the two regulatory agencies. Now that's focusing mostly on the ESA impacts. It's a whole second question about wetlands, and maybe that needs a separate statement, that we've been more successful meeting 404 requirements. I don't know. But I agree we should communicate something to council about the challenge they're up against.
Okay, so why don't you,
Actually, I liked your...
does Leah have that language, or you?
She does. Thank you, Leah.
The phrase in-kind mitigation may be too...
True. Inside baseball?
Yeah. No, so in-kind mitigation, paren, and then I'll let you define in-kind mitigation. No, you can do that.
Dave, help me out here. Creation of the same habitat.
For these specific species, for these specific...
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the word elsewhere after habitat? Because you're saying creation of the same habitat elsewhere for these specific species. So it's
the same habitat elsewhere.
Elsewhere, right after habitat.
And the specific, or do you want to say threatened? Are these specific threatened to call, or do you
listed species?
Okay, so these specific listed species, listed on the...
So what about state species?
You're thinking Rana pippins?
So this is focused on this federally listed species.
Right, but does...
State species of concern?
Yeah, does the Fish and Wildlife Service ever... No? Okay.
So I'm completely open to the idea there maybe need to be statements about the other types of mitigation that we have. We've got 404 mitigation, we've got ESA mitigation, and we've got general open space mitigation. But I think the toughest one is probably the ESA, maybe 404 is second.
But to complete this, I'm fine with what your bullet. I think if we do that bullet, we could get rid of the prior bullet about significant concerns right before they delete it. Yes, because this sort of picks that up. And then
before we leave that sentence, has proven to be extremely difficult and to date has not been possible, I think is more accurate.
But do we mean anywhere in the world, or just on, that's a pretty...
I don't think we know that it's ever happened, right?
Lynn, can I put you on the spot? Lynn is
hi, Lynn.
You ladies Triss's orchid expert.
You knew she'd be here,
No
right?
pressure.
Sorry,
Makes me feel useful. Transplanting the orchid as mitigation has not shown to be successful in any examples so far. We also transplanted sod as part of the US 36 mitigation on the granite property, and we have yet to know whether that will support orchid habitat. And as Don was saying, it is a long prospect, this kind of restoration. And at this point, that plant needs disturbances like grazing and fire, perhaps. And we're not prepared to use those management techniques yet because we have shrubs growing. And Preble's habitat, it's all happening in 25 acres. So, and it takes a long time. And so it's very complicated in that way. I'd also just remind that there are other aspects of this habitat that are irreplaceable, and one being intact floodplain substrate. And you're already concerned with the groundwater, but to recreate that is thousands of years of geology. So, just to remember that that is a precious commodity, precious asset on OSMP is this intact, sort of not mined.
What do you think the Corps will focus on?
Well, they focus on threatened and endangered species and their habitats and wetland.
From a 404 standpoint, what are they going to want to see?
I think that I don't know, and I would defer to Don on that. But
and I don't want to put you on the spot because I'm not sure they could tell us, but I do understand that the species mitigation might be different from the 404 mitigation, and different agencies might be involved. And
from the wetland mitigation, right?
The wetland mitigation,
that's correct. And so, and the example being the US 36, we had a separate wetland mitigation project from T&E species mitigation.
So can we put "and to date has not been possible"?
Because for this specific species, I think we would know if it had been possible. It's not worldwide, so I'm okay with that.
Has not been
accomplished?
Well, we're going from, Lynn was talking about Spiranthes. The sentence is more general. Has not been, and maybe comma, and for Spiranthes in particular.
Yeah, we say these specific
And to date
species,
has
but
not
we don't
been
really say
possible
what
for
they are.
Spiranthes in particular?
That's fine. I think that gets the. All right, so everybody good with?
So could I make a quick suggestion that rather than creation of the same habitat, could we say similar habitats elsewhere for?
Where are you?
Up in the first line.
So replace same with similar?
Similar habitats, because we don't want to.
They're a little different.
Right.
And could I be ridiculously detail-oriented? The Preble's habitat is largely going to be riparian habitat, not wet meadow habitat. So,
just say that again.
The Preble's habitat within the critical habitat buffer will largely be riparian habitat, not wet meadow habitat.
We need to say riparian and wet meadow.
Right.
Okay. So riparian and wet meadow, and then in the prior line, creation of similar. Just get rid of the in the prior line.
Right. And
thanks.
Habitat plural in the second, at the end of the second line. Riparian and wet meadow habitat.
Good. Yeah. All right. So can we get rid of the second bullet and move on to 5?
The old 4.
Yes, you can roll with that.
I'm with you.
Keeps you awake, keep track of your.
Does anyone have a specific, we might want to make just a general comment that we think it's important to explore ways to, do the construction and maintenance that would minimize the impact. I don't know if.
And we say that somewhere up above, I think, don't we? Or was it in Karen's list to incorporate? Anyway, I think what you're saying has been said, the general statement. I have repeated the 5 specific suggestions to minimize the construction or design construction impacts that we gave at our last meeting. And has to
July 11?
No, not last year, but the study session. I listed 5 things that could significantly reduce the impact. Oh, that's right. Leah's got it. Thank you so much, Leah. Yeah, it's 4, question 4, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And some of these are called out in Karen's list, too. Well, I mean, let people read and give some thought about whether this is too much, too little, the wrong thing. We asked staff last week if they would consider these sorts of things, and Doug said, yeah, that's standard practice, and so I think it's worth at least putting it into the record.
I'm fine with putting those in, into the proposed answer.
It's just a question of where in front and behind is. Because
Upstream and downstream?
Downstream is behind and upstream is in front, right?
Right, that's correct, but we could put upstream and downstream
I think that would be more
universally.
clearly stated.
Yeah, and in 5, we say on the downstream side, so that would be fine. That would just mean, one would say most of the foundation underneath or downstream of the main flood wall.
Okay, so if you got that, on 5A, change behind to downstream
of the main flood wall.
So the concern that I have on these is that this seems to be a variant 1 focus.
It is, yes.
And I think we either have to say that or to, again, be more general in our, so rather than a dam design, it would be any flood structure.
My preference would be to call out that this is variant 1 because it is all variant 1.
Right.
And because you're right, though, it shouldn't be seen as applying to everything.
Right.
So in the question, why don't we say, where it says, towards the end of the question, the ecological impact of the variant 1 project.
Yeah.
This doesn't have anything to do with 500 versus 100.
Or of the project, assuming that that the revised variant 1 design is selected.
Well, I wouldn't even say that because I think we want to try all of these things to see how much we can reduce the impact of variant 1. And I would want to know that before we made any final decision.
Yeah, so maybe put the word revised before variant 1, and that calls out. All right, so then you'll fix the, fix the, we won't worry about the bullets versus.
Could we say the proposed revised?
Yeah.
Come on. And we should we should eliminate itself. It's basically a project.
Right.
Because it seems like, once again, we're kind of going down that road, and before we said, look, we want to look at,
yeah,
whatever other projects there are. So I think we still ought to keep the kind of uncertainty about the finality of this project as much as possible.
I don't disagree. I mean, if there's, the only thing I would want is, and I think this gets to the fact that council has directed staff to proceed with the designs on variant 1, that we want these things to be considered now, as soon as possible.
And we're about to get to other things in the questions.
And I would like A, B, C, D, E, F. I would like an F that says for other project designs, similar, can't see the top part anymore.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Similar something or others. Which number is this? 4?
You could say similar.
4. Yeah.
You could say similar approaches should be considered.
Thank you.
Like that.
Similar approaches should be considered.
Because you're right. If we're putting flood walls
This is
upstream,
just, yeah.
we would like.
Some of these are general.
Some of them are.
That's
could be
fine.
Yep.
All right,
Okay.
good. All right. Does OSBT have any feedback regarding the value from an open space perspective of pursuing a version of variant 1 with less than 500-year flood protection? And this gets at the question of,
And this is what council was discussing
right,
at
is,
last July.
if you have a design that is less than 500 years, it allows, the wall itself is somewhat smaller, though that ends up being a marginal gain, but it's not nothing. But it also means that the area of CU that gets flooded, that needs to be set aside for flooding, is also smaller. And therefore, there's more CU land that can be used for other purposes, one of which, of course, is to transfer it to us as part of the mitigation package. And so my opinion is that it's worth considering, absolutely worth considering, protection short of 500 years, because it gives some additional tools to work with that may be necessary to kind of close the deal. I'm not, I'm not making a definitive judgment about that, but I think in terms of feedback, I would put shorter than 500 back, kind of on the table. It does give CU some important flexibility that they don't have with the full 500.
And we're not making.
Isn't there also a possibility that it could eliminate the flood wall?
Not even 100 requires the flood wall.
There would also, the other, I guess, open space potential benefit is less inundation on open space lands and less excess sedimentation that would go along with less inundation.
So maybe we'll discuss the concept, then we can craft language, but see where.
I think those are the two things, yeah.
So I agree with the statement, but once again, I'm questioning just the use of variant 1. Why don't we just say any flood mitigation structure?
This arises, I think, out of the negotiations between the city and the university.
This was a pretty specific.
On the inundation area caused by 500 versus 100.
Then why don't say version, or variant 1 or any other?
And we can also do the same thing we just did with Karen's on the prior, just to answer for variant 1, and then say 2. Some of the same concept also applies to.
Could apply. Yeah.
Could apply.
Yep.
All right, so, I don't know.
If
I have
that's where you're
language.
going.
Okay.
Does your
If that's where you're going, why wouldn't you put it in the main stem of the question?
Okay, we can put in parentheses, maybe a version of variant 1 and put in paren.
Of pursuing a version of variant 1 or an upstream option.
Not in the parentheses.
Not in parentheses.
The problem is that this talks about the OSO land, and that's specific to variant 1. and
Where does
things
it talk
like
about OSO land?
We're about to, in the
Well,
answer.
we're about to. My understanding is we would say the benefits to open space are, 1, the depth and
reduced impact
area of inundation is reduced, although that's a really rare event, so that's not such a big thing. And then you free up some OSO land potentially that could be part of a mitigation package. Those are the benefits to us. We're not recommending it. We're just saying if you do A, you get B. But if you do an upstream option, that doesn't affect OSO.
Affect OSO, you're right.
Yeah, I think we try to stick with variant 1, and if people think we need to make a supplemental observation about less than 500 in connection with some other alternative, we can say it, but I think we're going to confuse ourselves. So, if you don't mind, yeah, thank you.
Well, but
we could always.
A less than 500-year protection could apply
It
to an
applies to any
upstream
project.
option. It could apply to, it would be different bullets underneath it.
Right, that's just exactly, I would propose.
But it could apply for, so I think you have to have 6A and 6B, or 7, that says for an upstream version of variant 1, advantages could also be achieved with less than 500-year flood protection.
Because there'd be less land inundated generally, or?
Because hypothetically, let's say you could capture 200-year flood overflow in upstream options, but not 500, and eliminate the flood wall.
I think that's worth a separate stem, because I think it's an
Yep.
important point, but it is different.
That's right, it's different than this. So it would
Okay.
be a number 7.
Yeah, so 7 will be the same question as 6, and then we'll just substitute in place of variant 1, upstream. Well,
What are we calling it?
So I'm just going to restate what Karen said, because I think it is really important. You're saying that,
just retype the same thing, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it just, instead of version of variant 1, say
upstream option.
Upstream option, and we can fiddle with the language, but people know what we're.
So,
Yeah, in upstream option with less.
Yeah.
and what you're calling out, which I think is important, is that it's easier to design an upstream option that allows us to not use the flood wall at 36 if our protection level's lower.
Right.
That's worth saying. I mean, it does get harder and harder to do an upstream option if you're storing more and more of a flood. So,
Yeah, I agree with that. But let me just point out, just structurally, we have a question, formerly 8, now it'd be 10, specific to evaluation of other alternatives. Do we need to deal here with the 500-year issue, or can we just embed that in our answer on the other alternatives to say, deal with the less than 500 within the framework of our answer to the other alternatives, so it's not all broken up?
I think the point at 6.7 is about the value of less than 500, pointing out benefits of.
Right, it's just that we haven't even described
the upstream option yet.
Well, we have, back up in number 2 or 3 or whatever.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Number 1.
Well, it was part of
The
this,
whole
it was
point of
2A.
the whole point of moving it up there is not having it as an afterthought at the very end of a whole page, but having it as a upfront consideration. And I think the other bullet that needs to be added to both of these, or to some overarching thing for both of them, is that, and you lose protection for safety and human hazard.
If you reduce the flood level.
Yeah.
And I think we should stay away from that, because all we're doing is saying what it would do for open space.
That's why I put in the question from an open space. I didn't want to.
Okay, all right.
Why don't you go ahead and craft what you would propose to say? I think it's fine to deal with upstream here. What you would propose to say about less than 500 for upstream,
Kurt, what were we just saying?
or someone?
Well,
It's getting too late.
reducing the level of flood protection will make design of an upstream option easier.
Okay.
Or, and I don't know what more to say.
That may be enough for.
I mean, it's going to make the design of variant 1 easier too, so it really does apply to both of them.
An upstream.
Make the design,
Upstream design easier.
okay.
Now, can we have a little response from an engineer?
Yeah, I guess if you guys want some input on the design storm event, I think if you want to craft it for variant 1, we are looking at storm events from the 500 down to the 100 year.
Right, you're doing that.
Right.
And if we were to consider any other alternatives, we would also have that same flexibility. So, so kind of like what you were saying is, for any other additional alternatives or upstream alternatives, how you guys would want to refer to them, it should be considered the 500 to a 100-year flood protection as well. So I think it just gives you that flexibility. I don't know if it's easier or better or worse or however it looks at the design, because I don't know what that design actually even is at this point. So
That's fair.
It just gives us that flexibility.
Yeah.
So if you're, I mean, it's a design, it's definitely a design comment, but if it does give us more flexibility in the terms of reducing impacts to open space or reducing the chance for a flood wall, I guess is what we're looking at.
So you could just say reducing the level of flood protection should also be considered for an upstream design.
Right.
Something like that?
Yeah, something
Or a range of
along those
flood, a range of protection levels should be considered.
Right.
Okay.
With what value?
Well, I think you're looking at an
What
open
was your
space value.
phraseology?
Yeah, I think to reduce impacts to open space, it should be considered a design storm event from 500 to 100. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think this bullet captures, yeah, what you're,
I'm okay with that,
I
the
like
way it
it.
is.
yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Your point's good. We shouldn't judge what's easy or hard to design.
Yeah, I think it's important
Okay,
that
no, it's good.
too far down there.
All right, so question 8, with respect to regulatory permitting, i.e. by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in response to the submission of a habitat conservation plan, A, does OSBT have any feedback regarding the process for developing a habitat conservation plan? This is a process question.
And I wrote that specific language about habitat conservation plan because I foolishly thought that this would be an easy Section 10 consultation, and I've since been disabused of that thought. So I think we make a more general statement about you're going to need the approval of both the Corps and the service.
And so
just
instead of
make it
calling it,
general.
instead of calling it an HCP? just
Yeah,
say a-
I'd say a mitigation plan.
Okay, so in the question itself, change habitat conservation plan to mitigation plan. And no capital letters, right?
Right, no capital.
We haven't, and then the same change in A, we'll probably make it in B, but we'll, great,
And it's not
thank you.
just- It's not just Fish and Wildlife.
Right,
Service,
it'll be both Fish and Wildlife and the Corps approving.
By the federal government?
Or the regulatory agency.
Okay, so instead of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, say, i.e. by the regulatory agencies. So, and that's the question. In the introductory question. Yeah, by the, right. All right. Just fix the spelling on that. And so why don't we work on, I don't know, does anyone propose to get into the details of this, or is it just a general?
The thing I would promote to council are two things. One, we should start the conversation as soon as we can with the regulatory agencies. And I know that, you know, they often push back and say, I want your entire bound proposal with all the engineering drawings before I'll look at anything. But I think we need to try to sit down with them soon to get this process started. The second thing I would promote us trying to do is to have a joint mitigation plan developed with all the participants, so you don't end up with a 404 plan, an ESA plan, an open space plan. I think the more we can avoid duplication and redundancy, the more efficient we can be with it. So
Is there any precedent for that among federal agencies?
you could make a lot of
We
jokes out of
hardly-
that.
Yeah, we hardly have the power as a city agency to pull off something that's never been done before with multiple federal agencies.
I think you got to ask. You got to get them in the room together at the same time and try to get people out of their silos. And I'm speaking as a former Fed.
I understand. You had control of some of this.
No, yeah. I think it's something we should try to do. I think it could be so much more efficient and cost-effective if we can have these things all being developed at the same time. Because the service.
I'm not questioning
I know.
the potential value of it. I'm questioning the viability of
You just think I'm Pollyanna.
strategy.
Do we have any precedent for that, Don?
Not that I'm aware of.
Make yourself aware. We're into precedent, remember?
Yeah, right. Can we eliminate the A and B and just say, make the A and B into OSBT believes that sooner rather than later is better?
Yeah.
Or however you want to say that?
And collaborative rather than silo is good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm, on this one, if you feel comfortable making that statement, that's fine. If others feel comfortable signing on, I'm just going to say, I don't know enough to offer that opinion. And if others feel they do, God bless them.
Yeah. Well, I would only.
No, I mean that sincerely. You're an expert on a lot of this stuff, and I'm not. I just feel way out of my league commenting on that.
Well, both you two guys have had experience with these kind of regulatory permits, and I mean, we're not going to be able to change the federal agencies that.
Partly what we're doing is we're trying to give council a heads up that this is the landmines we're walking into.
And that requires, I believe, and you have rightfully pointed out every time we've had a meeting on this subject, that we need to begin the contacts sooner rather than later.
Right.
Back, 3 years ago, you encouraged RJH to begin doing that. And so I think that needs to be in here. But I question how much we can possibly change the way federal agencies are working.
And I'm happy to just leave the number one, because if you get the conversation started,
you can try to.
And you extract the roadmap to consultations out of the agencies, then you can do your own efforts to.
I wonder if we should say, because I don't know if we've communicated this, the OSBT believes that obtaining regulatory approval represents a significant challenge. Some words like that, just to start, make sure council gets that.
And might benefit from early conversations with regulatory agencies.
Last night, a couple different council members talked about the permittability of the project, and that was important. So I think they.
So that's fine. So and then the question is.
And should be started sooner rather than later, and should be started what?
Well, I would say could benefit from.
And could benefit from being started.
Or from early.
From early.
Discussions with regulatory agencies.
I mean, I said it more strongly in my punch list, which is the city should initiate discussion with the service and the Corps immediately on the consultation process. And that could be the pre-project meeting, but it means you're doing that now. Because I don't see a downside to doing that now. Yes, some people may tell you, but you need to know that, and you need to try to get them engaged.
Okay, so say your sentence. Put a period at the end of challenge.
Well, we recommend the city initiate discussion with the regulatory agencies now.
Okay, add
Doesn't
that
say
sentence.
formal consultation. It says discussions.
Add that sentence.
Yeah, delete. Right. Right. Well.
Whoa.
No.
Back arrow, back arrow, back arrow.
That could delete and could benefit. No, up above. First sentence there. Because you're putting a period after challenge.
Right.
Delete all that, right? There, all right.
So
that was all the stuff that I wrote. If you want to cut it down to something
You just
shorter, that's fine.
you just read a shortened version.
Well, I made up a shortened version, I think.
Okay.
Should initiate discussion with the regulatory agencies now.
With the regulatory agencies, not both, because there may be more than two.
No, I'm just, so this, as I said.
After
this-
agencies put now, period.
And then you can drop the rest of it, and it's just.
So I would make
detail.
it one sentence then and go back and put an "and" after challenge.
and
just
therefore.
say, and it is critical. And we have too many open space board believes in there, right?
Well, the problem is that I only agree with the first half of that, so I do want that to be a separate sentence. And then I think you're about to say, and Kurt, Karen, and Dave believe.
So you would not advise them to start discussions
Critical,
now?
I just don't feel like I know that it's critical to begin that now. That's a pretty strong statement that I'm.
What about it might be worth?
I can't disagree with that statement.
Might be worth beginning discussions?
I guess I would just chime in and comment that there is some precedence for mitigation efforts for these types of species and things that we can use as a baseline to get started. So even though the final guidance is going to come from these regulatory agencies, I think we can start kind of basing on some of these other projects we've done, what has been required in the past as a baseline at least. So it's not like we need their input immediately to understand what we think we may have to do from a regulatory standpoint, but we will need to know the final input for permitting. So I don't know if that helps at all, but we're not going into this necessarily just completely blind and we need them to tell us what to do. We do have some idea of what mitigation efforts might be acceptable to them.
Which is good. I mean, I raised the point just because my sense is the city has not gone through this sort of consultation before, where you've got direct take of critical habitat and species. And so
yes,
I think it's unknown ground, and the sooner we have a discussion, the better. That's my view.
Don, what are you thinking? Your brain is too obvious from over here.
I don't think there's a downside to at least contacting the agencies and saying, hey, here's a project that we're working on. We'd like to coordinate with you early and often.
Yeah.
And thank you. And I mean,
Thank you.
There'll be, it'll be more of a conversation than that, but I think that that at least will set us up, I think, for success down the road. Again, I don't see a downside. It's not like it'll take a huge amount of staff time to do that. It's not like we have to prepare for days and days to initiate those conversations. We already have a lot of good information to talk to them about. And my sense is they'll come back and they'll say, thanks for the information, and here's how we envision the process moving forward.
So
that would be my hope, and whether that's true or not, I know both those agencies are really understaffed, and they tend to only deal with the issue at hand, the crisis du jour, and that's just a factor of their staffing levels mostly right now.
So recognizing that they may say no, but will have spent relatively little asking, I guess I'd be fine saying OSBT believes that obtaining regulatory approval presents a significant challenge and that it is valuable to begin discussions with the regulatory agencies sooner rather than later.
That'd be great.
It is valuable to begin discussions with the regulatory agencies sooner rather than later. And then with that, I think we can.
Yep, you can drop the rest.
I think we can drop the rest of that question that does OSBT, get rid of that. And then the question is, do we want to tackle A? Because I know, Kurt, you've spoken to that a couple times tonight about the significance. We would get rid of habitat conservation plan and change that to mitigation plan, but do you want to?
I think a previous question now addresses that. Now that I look at them side by side, I think your 3B, that's where we tried to lay out what our criteria would be for a mitigation plan, and I don't know what 3 is now.
I don't mind deleting 8A. What is 8A?
That's fine with me.
And let's see 8A.
This is where,
It just vanished.
it's, It's, well, 6B on that page.
6B.
On that page. This is the question of what would be the significance of regulatory approval.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big deal, but I think we're saying that in other
I
places.
think we've got that. Okay, so we'll get rid of that, and with that, we are now done with 8. Okay, 9, does OSBT have any feedback on whether to pursue further evaluation of variant 2, whether...
They've already taken it.
We're ready to delete.
So I think we're going to delete that question.
Yep.
Easy.
Well,
That got killed last night.
Sure. There's an election in November, and if you guys want to have a statement on record that survives time, now's your opportunity.
If you think it's worth having that, I don't oppose doing it.
Well, put it back. What's the question?
I mean, we could just say,
Oh, right.
Well, I think we say we don't believe it's worth pursuing or something.
we can just say no.
Yeah, from
Mine says no.
No. Okay, just put no. All right, 10.
Well, doesn't 7 say, don't we have any feedback? No, we don't have feedback, or no, we don't want to pursue variant 2?
Oh.
I've said OSBT does not recommend pursuing variant 2.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Can we say because of the extraordinary impacts it would have on OSBT land and aquatic habitat?
I don't know that we need to delineate all these things. If a second council decides we're going to pursue variant 2,
It's going to come back again anyway.
Yeah, why don't we say does not recommend pursuing variant 2 at this time, and that gives them the... Now, I think the question is what more you would like to say, particularly about the upstream that hasn't already been said. Because the upstream has now been pretty extensively detailed way up on 3A.
3A, right.
And can we go back and look at 3A just for a second? I'm not sure what the stem was for 3A, so.
Well, is what would we need to have in order to vote on the disposal?
Okay, yeah, that's pretty
And where do we say when that comes back and a decision is going to be made? Has that already been said or not?
What are you thinking there, Karen?
This just says a side-by-side analysis and comparison.
Yeah.
It doesn't say what's done with that.
Well, it's going to be council's decision. Are you thinking more than that, or?
Don't we make a recommendation based on this?
I think they would welcome a recommendation on what we're telling them as the next step.
Right.
If we're saying the next step should be to look at the upstream alternatives, we ought to say that. I don't know how far down that path we need to go in terms of what we would do with that information. That may get pretty hypothetical.
Maybe we could
don't know.
scroll down from 3 to 10 and see what we've said.
Well, while we're at 3A, Karen, would you mind, I'm just thinking of a council member reading this in a couple of weeks or whatever, and there, okay, see examples shown in slides 3 through 5 in the attached file. Are we thinking of providing them this statement plus whatever those slides are? Or if we're not, can we eliminate that? Second line from the bottom of A.
I think inserting at least slide 3 is important as a visual.
So you can say the attachment.
Yeah, then I think we want to do attachment A then, or if we're going to attach something else to this statement, just to make it readable.
And what do you want them to take from attachment A? And I don't have it in front of me. I don't know what it is.
Do you still have the PowerPoints up there?
It's that one that showed the blue, red.
Oh, it's the flood map.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flood hazard, right. Not that.
Well,
Not that one.
do they need the first
Next
slide to
there.
remind them that it was? Go back to the first one.
So this is what you're thinking of?
No,
No, it was the,
go back to the first one. Do they need that one or not?
Well, we're kind of telling them We'd
Do
like
they
them to
know
do
what the
more
dual
different.
storage option is?
Well, yeah, that was put in front of council
Right.
Long time ago.
long time ago. So I'm struggling with how much detail to give them. For example, you say
Well,
you should
go to-
use this
go to
model.
3.
Oh,
4, I mean, sorry.
I would say some of these require an awful lot of storytelling in order to link them
Yep.
to why this is, and I have a feeling that there is a time and a place to do that, but our recommendation is pretty bottom line, and attaching these slides out of all of the various materials doesn't really tell that story, and that there's another time and place to tell that story, and that's probably not, this isn't going to help walk them through that. They're going to look at that and say, I don't know how that's an argument for upstream storage. It's
Yeah,
just-
I would just delete the reference
Yeah.
to the slide.
If you're okay with it, I agree with Dan's suggestion.
And keep, well, would you, then the question is, would you keep the words to show that what upstream means in this case? Because this isn't just to the edge of the maps they've been seeing. It's much further southwest than the maps they've been seeing.
so
And
you
that's
think
the-
we need to tell them that, because otherwise they will just,
Yeah.
Well, we've already said west of 93.
Well, that's the point, is are the words enough to carry that message?
I think the second sentence, the dual storage option should capture enough flow upstream and west of the CU South property, makes it pretty clear that you're way upstream, because you're talking about upstream of the property. I think you've conveyed that.
Upstream of the property and west of 93?
I guess, Karen, it's important to, the variant 1 dual storage option you're talking about in that figure is storage on the CU South property.
Right.
So if you're talking about looking at an area upstream of Highway 93, I think you should probably just specify that and not refer to any of the variants at that point, because they're not, none of them are upstream of 93 from what we've done to date.
West of 93?
west of 93.
You mean west of 93?
The distinction in my mind is
Trailer court.
the flow versus the storage. And I'm not sure where the storage needs to be because I'm not a flood engineer. But I know that the flow, when I look at that map, which is why to me the map is so important, because I think in terms of maps, that the flow breaks off of the main creek bed west of 93. And that if you're going to capture that flow, then you need to be thinking that far on the map. Even if in the end, the flow is going to go into the gravel pit.
So I'm a little,
Combination of
not being a-
storage, I guess the way I would refer to what you're describing, I think, is a combination of storage at 93 and storage at 36 with the goal of eliminating the flood wall. I think in just very general terms, I think that's what you're describing.
Not necessarily storage at 36. It could be only storage at CU South gravel pit and,
Yes, when I say regional detention at 36, that includes all the way up to the upper
For the
stream
map,
side of
yeah.
CU South. So everything
Okay.
we've shown, kind of, so a combination of those two things are what you're requesting they look at with the goal of getting rid of the flood wall and the groundwater conveyance system. I think, is that the right description? And I think that's the right verbiage, at least from my perspective, is you're talking about a combination of storage at 93 or west of 93 and, or somewhere in between there.
I like specifying the goal, that we want them to look at options for upstream storage that remove the need for the flood wall at 36.
But that's what we said.
And leave it at that.
No, that's not enough. Because if it's only upstream storage with this map in mind, then you haven't gone far enough upstream.
Well, maybe we need to say what we mean by upstream, but
That's exactly right.
I mean, upstream could be anywhere upstream.
That's why this sentence says,
So we said that.
west of 93,
We ought to keep the language. It's just remove the reference to the slides.
I agree.
And do we want to have the variant one dual storage option? I'm afraid if we say that thing, they're going to focus on that thing.
Yeah, I guess that's the point I'm getting at is the variant one dual storage option is that figure that you show in your PowerPoint. And I think you're talking about something that's nobody's created a figure for what you're describing. So I'm trying to just give the words for it. And it's,
Maybe we should say upstream dual storage option.
Well, it may not be dual storage.
but the thing that's in common with variant one is,
Well, it may, yeah, but they'll have to figure that out, I guess,
is this part. At the interchange.
I see, yeah, I see what you're saying is there's still that blockage, that dike there.
The red dam berm, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
That dam berm.
At the interchange.
I would just-
Still has to be there, right?
Yes, I mean, in all these configurations for sure. And I would say, I think what you're getting at is,
I'm not talking about a variant 2 version, I'm talking about a,
and that's what I'm trying to just guide you away from a little bit, is the variant one dual storage is a option that's been presented to council and it's got a figure with it. So I would steer away from using that terminology if you're talking about any flood mitigation potential from west of 93 all the way down to 36. Right. And I think that's kind of what you're saying, with the goal of getting rid of the flood wall and the groundwater conveyance system at 36. Because that's actually probably from where we're at today, that's where you guys are.
That's the general statement of the objective we want them to accomplish, without saying, well, you've got to do it with dual storage, or you've got to do it here, or you've got to do it here. It's just figure it out. You don't get to use a flood wall at 36, figure out how to store the flood.
can you do that by just going back to HDR's flow models? Or is it a bigger job than, I mean, I'm not looking at going back to square one.
I mean, the options we have, we feel pretty confident right now that this variant one, somewhere between the 500 and 100, is the best path forward with the regional detention at US 36.
Right.
So we have to go back with new goals in mind. And the new goal, in my mind, is really elimination of the flood wall and the groundwater conveyance system. So you can't go back and just look through a very narrow lens. You would need to look at a much wider, cast a wider net with that goal in mind, because that was, that's a new goal we would be shooting for at this point.
So should we change 3A, the first, to say, and get rid of variant one dual storage option for 500-year flood events, to say, and an alternative which would capture enough flow upstream and west?
Exactly.
So
to avoid the need for a US 36 flood wall.
Yeah, so in my view,
and I wouldn't even say for 500-year flood events.
right, which would, and then alternative which would, and then get rid of everything until the word capture. Then, so we're not trying to label this as if it is something pre-existing that we're just making reference to.
Right.
But it needs to be in bold underlines so that we're distinguishing it from the other thing, because there's going to be a side-by-side comparison.
Oh, I'm
Well,
just
you could
trying to
say
get the
an upstream
typist to-
option which would, is that what you're thinking? An upstream option that would capture enough flow,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
you need to hit back a ways.
and
upstream option instead of alternative.
Okay.
I mean, that's been the general parlance that people have referred to it as.
Okay. I think that addresses your concern that we're making a specific reference. It isn't really what we mean.
Right.
This is
right.
inventing.
I just want to make sure your point is getting clear that you want to
do something that doesn't, you want to compare this variant one with whatever number of years it is to something that doesn't have the flood wall at 36.
Right.
That's the comparison.
options available. Yep.
Okay. Does that, Karen, are you?
Don's trying to say something.
Keep in mind, if we're talking about storage west of 93, that's largely open space. So you might end up eliminating the flood wall at US 36 and transferring those impacts upstream
With
to open
flood wall
space.
at 93.
With a likely flow restrictor at 93, because you can't put more floodwater through the bank.
And I think that outcome is possible. Really what we need, though, is we need to show we've really looked carefully for alternatives, and we've done it in a detailed enough fashion that it can be convincing to the public.
One way to phrase that might be, instead of to eliminate the need for a flood wall to bedrock on open space land, eliminate the need or eliminate impacts on open space, something like that, because again, you might be able to eliminate the flood wall.
Leave the flood wall as an EG in parentheses afterwards. Don't delete the whole thing you've got.
Yeah, why, keep going, Don. Why do you want to take out the reference to the flood wall?
Well, not necessarily take out that reference. It might be an EG, but it should say to eliminate impacts to open space, because again, you wouldn't just want to eliminate the impacts at 36 and transfer them upstream.
Right.
Well, isn't that going to be too strong? I mean, you're always going to have sedimentation impacts to open space no matter where you put the wall.
And I think part of this process is to remove that wall along 36, see what's the best you can do, and also see what the impacts are to open space, because they may be worse. But I don't want to constrain you by saying, yeah, find us a perfect solution that doesn't impact open space, because I agree, I don't think that's possible. So lose the flood wall, deal with it upstream, tell us what the results are.
So why doesn't everybody just to themselves read what it now says and see if we're, and move on? And then something happened after, to eliminate, get rid of just, I don't know what the EG is, to eliminate.
The need.
Yeah.
No, to eliminate impacts to open space.
Well, we're never going to be able to, I mean, any flood, any storage of
say-
that amount of water.
Yeah, I can do that analysis right now.
And that's, we're never going to eliminate all impacts.
Then we minimize.
Okay. Can you put an upstream option in bold and underlined?
That'd be
Because
good.
we've got to have two side-by-sides.
Right. And I guess I'd ask our engineer, does the last sentence constrain you too much? And the last three sentences, starting from these places could be all the way through HDR sophisticated flow models. I worry that those may be leading you in a direction rather than just saying, you guys figure this out. And I don't know whether the HDR model is the best model to use right now or not, so. My concern is you're telling them it's got to be from the 3 reclaimed gravel pits, and south. And I'm not sure we want to put that constraint on them.
Well, it's up to you. Do you really need all of the, I mean, do we need the last two sentences?
I think you could drop everything starting with these places could be from.
And let me say again, I want to make sure that the look is beyond this map.
Right, yeah. Well, what you're doing is you're forcing them to look beyond there because you've
But
told
only
them.
if you say that.
Well, if you take away the US 36 flood wall, you can't do what you've got on that map. And so I think that will force the analysis.
Well, and I just wouldn't limit ourselves to looking off of the map, because the map, I think we've exhausted a lot of options on the map, but
Right.
with this new goal in mind, that's what we would be doing. You're just giving us a bigger
Wherever it takes you.
swath to go all the way up and look at now, which we did do in the master plan. I mean, this was all part of the regional study. Maybe not exactly how you're describing it, but we did look at regional detention at US 93 as part of the master plan. So I think it's good to kind of rehash some of this, but it's also good for me to understand probably better what you're describing and maybe what you're looking for. So I'm not sure how that process works the best. But I think with this, if this is how you guys want it to read, I think those last two sentences are pretty descriptive. But you definitely, it sounds like from what you're saying, you want to clarify that you would like us to look from 36 all the way up to 93.
I think we ought to say that. We could say that.
But it's up to where,
Yes, west of 93. West of 93.
So we could say, guide the flood flows in one or more places between Highway 93 and US 36.
Yes.
west of 93.
We could say west of Highway 93 to US 36.
Correct.
And
And
what
then-
you're saying, Brandon, is not eliminating the option of using the large former gravel pit, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think
Okay.
you need to definitely, regional detention at 36 should be considered as part of this.
I mean, we could put those remaining sentences as parentheticals.
The HDR sentences?
Well, no, these places, so after you say one or more places west of 93 to Highway 36, west of 93 to
Yeah, you've got it.
Highway 36.
Then delete the next sentence?
Well, you could either delete that, or I would say maybe put it in parentheses.
And part of the reason I would suggest deleting is that it contradicts what you just said in west of 93 to Highway 36.
Well, how does it contradict it?
Well, it's saying you got to start at where the reclaimed gravel pits are.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, that's, I guess, how I read it. But
Could be from the area west of 93 where significant overflow floods to the northwest of South Boulder Creek in the vicinity of Dry Creek Ditch 2 to the area near the 3 reclaimed gravel pits immediately south.
But that leaves out all of CU South.
Well, then it would be in addition to
And would
direct
be in addition
overflows.
to direct overflows into CU South's large former gravel pit.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Let's make
I
it.
think trying to describe the flow regime is confusing. If you just want my opinion on those last two sentences, you're trying to describe the flow regime that is already mapped in the floodplain modeling. So if we utilize the existing floodplain modeling, which is that HDR study, I think that gets us there. So you could say just considering the existing floodplain modeling or something along those lines, and then you wouldn't have to describe.
So, and delete those two sentences?
Yeah, that's would be my recommendation.
Fine with me.
That's one sentence, right?
And again, I'm hesitant to tell them, yeah, that you got to do it this way. You got to use this model. I think that'll work. I mean, I think that gets to the goal that we want, which is.
Did you just say considering HDR flood flow models or whatever it's called?
Well, that's the model we're using because that is a regulatory model anyway. So I don't think it's different.
Feels like it's superfluous then. Yeah,
process.
okay.
So it does or doesn't need to be mentioned?
It doesn't need to be mentioned because that's the model you.
All right, can we,
One real quick thing, can you put Highway 90, in front of 93, put Highway 93 to Highway 36? There.
all right, so now we're dropping all the way back down to where we were.
The reason why we went back up is the question was, does it ever say anywhere something about looking at that analysis in comparison?
I think that what we've now, don't you feel that
You've got a side-by-side comparison.
I think,
didn't you?
doesn't 3A capture 10, so that we now can delete question 10? Have we now said?
Yes.
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 I don't think we need to say it again.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So does OSBD have any feedback regarding the next steps?
We've given a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
I think it's covered above. I think we've talked about consultation, we've talked about developing a mitigation plan, we've talked about.
Side by side?
Yeah, I don't think we need, unless somebody has something else that doesn't fit with what's been said above, I'm content to delete that question.
That's fine.
Okay?
The only concern I have is what Molly Davis was referring to, is why is the city continuing to permit construction in designated flood zones? But that's just an aside.
Yeah, for another board. That was good editorial. Yes, another board can wrestle with that one. All right, so I think we're deleting 10, and I have nothing on, does anyone else have anything that they feel needs to be conveyed before we go back to question 2?
I feel we need to convey something about dealing with the side-by-side analysis and comparison.
Don't we say that already?
I don't think we do
I thought
anywhere. That's the
3A,
problem.
I mean, what we just said in 3A?
Let's ask these guys to go up to 3A.
I'm not sure what else. I mean, if we need to say more, I thought we just,
Okay.
Yeah, a side-by-side analysis.
I think that covers it. It's pretty.
Okay.
Anybody? So we can delete the last question, and you'll do all the cleanup on fonts and styles and bold and the numbering. And so back to question 2. So Kurt and I are still, no, you haven't.
Correct.
The passage of time.
We got the word responsibilities.
That was you were in the back, you were away.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that was maybe
You were in the bathroom.
more general.
Yes, Dan, I thought had a fair point that the charter, that there's more to this than the charter, and the charter does.
I'm fine with that, okay.
Sorry.
It's responsibilities. Okay. Yeah.
Qualified? No.
Well, do you want to describe?
If all of the other,
Well, yeah, and I think
aspects are
I think
considered.
that's intended to be what's built into the question.
And maybe there's something you want to add to where it says regardless of the effectiveness of any mitigation. I mean, maybe that's not strong enough. I mean, really what we're saying is if we got net benefits in all of our judgment, in the judgment of the regulatory agencies, would we still say no? We won't consider disposal.
Should this be at the end after all the other things?
It's kind of linked to one in a way. That's the only argument I would see.
But we've had to go through all the others to get there, right?
I mean, if
But it's the question that people want to know the answer to.
Yeah.
They want to know, is anyone on the board saying, in effect, kind of heck no? Or they.
There may be a way to phrase the question that makes you more comfortable, and I appreciate that. You could say making a disposal for the proposal under any circumstances.
or just say inherently preclude. Well,
That's not a bad word to add in, too.
That would be helpful.
okay.
Wish we could get the rhyme out of the sentence. The disposal for the proposal.
So regardless of the effectiveness of any mitigation,
My answer is conditional.
yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
Well, if it depends, then it's not inherently precluded.
Right.
That's right.
And again, I thought the way Tom put it made sense to me, that are we going to let this process go on for 3 more years and everything put together, and then say to council, you know, we were never going to consider disposal anyway?
I don't think I can answer that in the abstract.
So the regardless is what concerns me. So
Well, if you want to flip it around and say, even if the mitigation were highly successful, if you want to flip it, it's the same question.
Yeah, but I mean, that's sort of saying, once we know it's
No,
successful.
well, okay, you put it in the expected to be, you know.
Right.
That's why I worded it the way.
If there's no mitigation plan that would ever get you to make a disposal, then your answer is yes. This is precluded, I won't even consider it.
yeah, my response would be, it depends on the effectiveness of the mitigation.
Well, but that's, okay, it's fine, if you want to say that, say that. I'm just saying, that was intended to be built into the question, to say, if we start with the assumption that the mitigation is effective, would you nonetheless say, I'm still voting no?
Yeah.
And I take your point, but you're in a sense repeating the premise of the question.
But regardless means that you could have ineffective mitigation.
Right.
And for me, the only way disposal would be considered if we thought mitigation was going to be.
Absolutely.
If you want to flip it around, I'm happy to put it in the positive and say, does OSBT believe that its responsibility is inherently precluded from making a disposal for the proposal, even if the mitigation plan is expected to be highly effective? That puts it in the positive expectations.
And that would be okay.
Okay, so do you want to?
Let's try that.
You get that? So instead of, so say, even if the mitigation plan is expected to be highly effective, or
It's to say it's a philosophical or a principled issue that even if we were going to get everything we wanted, we'd still have to say no.
Yeah.
Have to, because it's just a principle. I mean, that's.
No, I took you to be saying you're now comfortable phrased that way. We've captured the contingency that you wanted to make. I think I'm not sure.
How does that strike you?
seems like a double negative somehow.
So this would be a mitigation plan that we put together, approved, the regulatory agencies approved, but we would still say no.
I'm troubled by how speculative the whole thing is. And
Yeah.
how many variables we have listed underneath there.
Well,
For me,
I think our position would be, there's no point doing any more analysis. We don't need to see anything else, you should stop now.
well,
Because there are no conditions.
Another way to look at it is, I don't sign blank checks. I need to know what the check is about before I sign it.
So I think
Right, but
that's what
that's-
this is intended to do, is to say, okay, here's the project, and here is the mitigation for the.
Highly effective mitigation.
Right. We could put in the net benefit to open space, highly effective, and.
I don't like the net benefit language.
Bene-
I'm much better with the highly effective mitigation.
Well, if you want to craft your own answer, that's obviously up to you. If 3 people will say no, then you can put in whatever language you wish to capture your point of view. And that's.
To me, if I answered this yes, I'm telling council to stop working on this project.
I don't see it that way.
Well,
So that's,
okay, but I mean, it's saying there's no conditions under which we could do a disposal. And if that's the case, we're telling council to stop work on the project. It's not saying we approve the project in any particular form, we're just saying we're not stopping the process now under any circumstances.
And it doesn't preclude us from making the decision on disposal.
Right, it's not, it's just saying we're not unalterably opposed to disposal
Right.
regardless of the conditions.
But we may.
We may turn
Sure.
it down.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this question's important because we have the power to stop the project. That's what makes this a relevant question. It's not just theoretical. And if we think,
But the wording of it, the way it is right now, to me is very theoretical.
do you have a thought about what you think this means or what we should be saying?
why don't, I think it'd be better just to say, frankly, say Tom, Kurt, and Dave would answer this question, no, and then for you to just craft whatever answer you want, and
Okay.
phrase it as Karen would answer the question, and then just craft it. And
Or
then-
would not address the question, because I
Or
don't want to
however-
push her into a position of appearing to say, no,
No,
I won't
that-
consider it under any circumstances, so.
And could you put no in quotation marks, just so we're.
And if you just want to say, you think this question can't be answered, I think that's fine.
Fair game.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I will move that the Open Space Board of Trustees may, no, you can put it at the top. Open Space Board of Trustees, and then get rid of the questions now, because that, get rid of the proposed questions. These are now,
Whoa.
Don't get rid of everything else.
The whole document.
Push save.
Yeah.
Okay, get rid of the bold heading.
Down the drain.
Okay. Move that the Open Space Board of Trustees,
Communicate.
yeah, sure. Communicate to City Council the following feedback regarding South Boulder Creek flood mitigation.
You put a period.
Colon, or, yeah, whatever, right. Yeah, period. And then if,
Do we need to note that they're the one place where we're not?
I think it's embedded within the,
It
but there are
is,
two
it is.
places where we've embedded within the answers a difference in our views. It's already embedded within there, so I assume we're all comfortable, you know.
If that's obvious, that's fine.
Yeah. So do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
Tom, a little question of best way to deliver this to council. There's a couple of options. I know city staff are planning to be developing fairly soon an IP with some elements of further information and updates on the project to council, and we could include this in this IP, which
What's
will
the
probably
timing on
go
that?
out in the next 2 weeks. Does that sound about right? So that would be the fastest way to deliver the recommendation. Of course, if you're comfortable with that, that would probably be the most expedient way to.
I think that's fine, and then include Hal's,
Right.
include Hal's statement as a separate component of whatever gets transmitted.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we have finished that item. Matters from the board, the only thing I have is, let's see, we've already noticed the Master Plan Process Committee meeting of September 23rd is, the only other public event is that needs to be noticed now is the Tuesday, October 15, Gebhardt ISP Community Meeting at the Hub at 6 p.m. I assume a number of us will likely attend that. So with sort of a nod of the board, go ahead and
Just to notice this as a potential public.
notice that as a public meeting of the Open Space Board. The next thing after that is the October 23rd Prairie Dog community meeting, which while we're at it, I assume we have nods all around to, yes, to notice that as a public meeting of the Open Space Board of Trustees. I don't know if the time and place have been announced, but it's October 23rd on Prairie Dogs. Does anybody else
Do we have a time and place?
Just a date.
The Hub, 6 o'clock. Up at 6.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, does anyone else have anything from the board?
Well, we have the Restoration Projects Open House on the 7th of November.
What?
Yeah, well, on the October 9th OSBT meeting, we'll probably be announcing publicly noticing a suite of upcoming events.
Okay. So
past
we don't need
that.
to deal with that now.
Gebhardt, ISP. Okay, anything else? And if not, we're adjourned. And thank you for hanging in there, everyone.
Yeah.